Chapter 720. In order to give Gu Sangbei a surprise on Gu Qingqian's coming-of-age ceremony, Yixing sealed Gu Qingqian's cultivation so that he still looked like a level 9 star tempering realm martial artist. After breaking through to the star vortex realm, the inner qi in his body had been strengthened to star origin, and he could cultivate spiritual martial arts. Gu Qingqian had awakened the upper-class metal element astrology. Yixing had inherited the lower-class spiritual martial art, metal elemental /. As for the martial arts inheritance, the Gu family had their own martial arts. With Yixing's guidance, Gu Qingqian's inferior spiritual martial art improved by leaps and bounds. After a month, Gu Qingqian's metal origin / had reached the perfection stage. Although Yixing's guidance had contributed greatly to Gu Qingqian's speed, it was also largely due to Gu Qingqian's talent in martial arts and his diligence. The Starry Crescent Land's calendar was the same as the Star Continent's calendar. After teaching Gu Qingqian how to cultivate the inferior spiritual martial art, another year had passed. Yixing was already 23 years old. Half a month after the end of the year, Gu Qingqian's birthday was on the 15th of January. On this day, Gu Qingqian would reach adulthood at the age of 16. This day was a big event for the Gu clan. When the young master reached adulthood, he would inherit the position of clan leader. However, everyone in the Gu clan knew that it was impossible for Gu Qingqian to succeed. In the morning, the elders of the Gu clan walked out of their mansions and came to the Gu clan's ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was a place to worship the ancestors. Regardless of whether the position of clan leader was inherited or taken away, it had to be carried out in the ancestral hall. The acting clan leader, Gu Sangbei, was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He smiled and greeted the elders in the clan. He was in a very good mood. In the entire Gu clan, other than the great elder, Gu Jinyuan, who was not on good terms with him, the rest of the elders were on good terms with him. Although the great elder, Gu Jinyuan, was the leader of the Gu family, as long as Gu Qingqian could not even step into the star vortex realm, he did not have the qualifications to inherit the position of patriarch. Gu Jinyuan could not stop Gu Sangbei from taking away Gu Qingqian's right to inherit the position of patriarch, nor could he stop Gu Sangbei from ascending to the position of patriarch. Today's matter was divided into two stages. The first stage was to strip Gu Qingqian of his right to inherit the patriarch position. The second stage was for Gu Sangbei to officially become the patriarch. Both of them had to testify in front of the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall. Beside Gu Sangbei stood a beautiful middle-aged woman. All the elders respected her, even more than Gu Sangnan. She was naturally Gu Sangbei's wife Tang Yu. The Tang family was powerful. Furthermore, Lord Tang Bin was Tang Yu's biological uncle. This caused Tang Yu's position in the Gu family to be rather high. In name, the Gu family's matters were managed by Gu Sangbei, the acting family head. In reality, the person who truly made the decisions was Tang Yu. Young Lord Qingqian is here. A guard shouted from outside the ancestral hall. Immediately after, someone ran in and reported to Gu Sangbei, family head, among the people that Gu Qingqian brought, other than Gu Jinyang, there's also an unfamiliar young man. Gu Sangbei's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, an unfamiliar young man? What's his cultivation? The person who was reporting said, this person has concealed his cultivation, and his aura is completely hidden. I can't tell. Gu Sangbei asked again, where's Qingqian? The person who was reporting said, he's still at the 9th level of the star tempering realm. As long as there were no accidents with Gu Qingqian's cultivation, no one could stop him, Gu Sangbei, from becoming the Gu family's family head. Gu Sangbei waved his hand, and the person who was reporting retreated. Soon, Gu Qingqian walked in. As for Yixing and Gu Jinyang, they were stopped outside the ancestral hall. Today was a major event for the Gu family. Even in the Gu family, only the elders could enter. The others had to wait outside. Of course, it was the same for outsiders. The moment Gu Qingqian entered the ancestral hall, everyone's gazes landed on him as they inspected his cultivation. Most of these elders were 1-star venerables, and very few were 2-star venerables. Of course, they could not see Yixing's seal and thought that Gu Qingchen had yet to break through to the star vortex realm. Greetings, uncle and elders. Gu Qingchen's expression did not change as he bowed to everyone. After breaking through to the star vortex realm, Gu Qingchen's mental state had improved tremendously. In addition to Yixing's intentional training, Gu Qingchen could be said to have undergone a complete transformation. In the past, if Gu Qingchen faced Gu Cangbei and the other elders, he would definitely be very timid and would not be able to raise his head. Now, however, he could face them with a normal expression. Of course, Gu Qingchen's heart was not as calm as he looked. His heart was still beating faster. The elders were surprised by Gu Qingchen's performance. However, seeing that Gu Qingchen's cultivation had yet to break through to the star vortex realm, they did not look at him anymore. Without breaking through to the star vortex realm, there was no change. From today onwards, Gu Qingchen's right to inherit the family head position would be taken away, and he would become an ordinary family member. The great elder, Gu Jinyuan, did not support Gu Cangbei to become the family head. However, seeing that Gu Qingchen's cultivation was still at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. He could not stop today's matter, nor was he interested in stopping it. Ha! Since Qingchen is here, then today's ancestral worship will begin. Gu Cangbei walked to the center of the ancestral hall and faced the ancestral tablet. He bowed deeply and said, "Ancestors above." First, Gu Cangbei recited a long memorial speech. It was nothing more than praising the merits of the ancestors and the contributions that each generation of the family head had made to the family. Looking at the history of the family heads, they were all heroes with unparalleled martial arts and were the best in the family. Those who took over the family head position at a young age were also geniuses of the younger generation. When they reached adulthood, they were all star marquis. There has never been a precedent of someone who did not become a star marquis when they reached adulthood. As Gu Cangbei spoke, he changed the topic and turned it to Gu Qingchen. Today, there is a disdainful descendant, Gu Qingchen. As the successor of the family head, his aptitude is extremely poor. After cultivating for a few years, he has yet to step into the star vortex realm when he reached adulthood. He has wasted the family's nurturing. With such behavior, if he were to inherit the family head position, wouldn't it bring shame to the Gu family? It would make our ancestors blush with shame. The current family head, Gu Cangbei, requests instructions from the ancestors to strip Gu Qingchen of his right to inherit the family head position. Elders, please make a decision. As soon as Gu Cangbei finished speaking, some elders wanted to speak up in support. However, Gu Qingchen spoke before anyone else. Gu Qingchen said, "Uncle, this is the family ancestral hall. How can you slander me in front of the ancestors?" The elders' words immediately stopped in their mouths. Gu Cangbei looked at Gu Qingchen in surprise and shouted, "What did you say? When did I slander you?" Gu Qingchen revealed a trace of a smile and said, "I have clearly broken through to the star vortex realm. Why did uncle say that I have yet to become a star marquis and bring shame to the Gu family and our ancestors? If this is not slander, what is it?" As he spoke, Gu Qingchen used the method that Yixing had taught him to unseal the cultivation in his body. The aura of a second-level star vortex realm instantly leaked out from Gu Qingchen's body. Chapter 721. In the Gu clan ancestral hall, Gu Cangbei, Tang Yu, and the Gu clan elders were stunned. Gu Qingchen's cultivation was actually second-level star vortex realm. In an instant, everyone's expressions became extremely interesting. Great Elder Gu Jinyuan opened his eyes. His eyes were also filled with shock, but they shone brightly. Gu Cangbei looked at Gu Qingchen and exclaimed, "This is impossible. How did you break through to the star vortex realm?" Gu Qingchen looked at Gu Cangbei and said, "Oh, uncle, is it really impossible for me to break through to the star vortex realm? Why?" Although Gu Cangbei had treated Gu Qingchen badly ever since he became the acting clan leader, Gu Qingchen did not hate him. Even though Gu Jinyang had told Gu Qingchen that he could not break through to the star vortex realm and that it might be Gu Sangbei's doing, without any evidence, Gu Qingchen could not hate his uncle. However, ever since Yi Xing had told him about the problem in his dantian and solved it for him, Gu Qingchen was filled with hatred for Gu Sangbei no matter how pure he was. Gu Qingchen stared at Gu Sangbei's eyes. His gaze was sharp as a sword, and there was anger hidden in his eyes. Gu Sangbei had a guilty conscience. Being stared at by Gu Qingchen, he felt guilty and avoided his gaze. Tang Yu walked up to Gu Sangbei and said, Gu Qingchen, after you broke through to the 9th level of the star tempering realm, your cultivation did not improve for 2 years. My uncle, Honorable Lord Tang Bin, was right. Your aptitude is too poor, and it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. Now that you suddenly broke through to the 2nd level of the star vortex realm, you must have used some medicine to forcefully raise your cultivation in order to inherit the clan leader's position, right? You already have a bleak future ahead of you. Now that you have not even built a solid foundation, you are spoiling things by pulling up seedlings to help them grow. What can you achieve in the future? If the clan leader's position is passed to you, it will be a great decline. Gu Qingchen's aptitude was not bad. He was a 4-star green life. However, Honorable Lord Tang Bin had left a trace of Honorable Lord's aura in Gu Qingchen's dantian, so Gu Qingchen could not form a star vortex and break through to the star vortex realm. Naturally, exalted Lord Tang Bin would not lie through his teeth and say that Gu Qingchen's aptitude was poor. Instead, he would say that Gu Qingchen's physique was not good enough. Now, Tang Yu had directly labeled Gu Qingchen as someone with poor aptitude. The elders and Gu Sangbei had long been in cahoots. Once Tang Yu's words came out, someone echoed, Madam is right. He. At this moment, a cold laugh resounded. The first elder, Gu Jinyuan, spoke, Qingchen's fate is a 4-star green fate, the highest fate in the history of our Gu clan. You call this a lack of aptitude? Then, everyone here, including this old man, would have the aptitude of trash. Previously, when Gu Jinyuan saw that Gu Qingchen was already 16 years old but still had not broken through to the star vortex realm, he also believed Honorable Lord Tang Bin's words. Naturally, he could not be bothered to speak up for a useless Gu Qingchen. Now, it was different. Honorable Lord Tang Bin had said that it would be difficult for Gu Qingchen to break through to the star vortex realm. Now that Gu Qingchen had broken through to the star vortex realm, it meant that he could continue to cultivate. With Gu Qingchen's cultivation talent of a 4-star green fate, he would definitely become a 4-star venerable in the future. The Gu clan had never had a middle-level venerable. As the Gu clan's first elder, how could Gu Jinyuan not stand on Gu Qingchen's side? If it wasn't for Gu Jinyuan mentioning it, the Gu clan's elders would have all forgotten about Gu Qingchen's fate. Now that they were reminded by Gu Jinyuan, they realized that Gu Qingchen's fate had broken the Gu clan's record. This was a future 4-star venerable. How could he not be qualified to succeed the position of clan leader? Although the elders had already colluded with Gu Sangbei and had received benefits from him, there were still fence-sitters. Seeing that Gu Qingchen's fate was high, his potential was great, and he had the first elder's protection, a few elders immediately changed their tone and spoke up for Gu Qingchen. First elder is right. A 4-star green fate means that he will definitely become a 4-star venerable in the future. How could Qingchen's talent not be enough to succeed the position of clan leader? If Qingchen enters the star-plucking palace, he might even become a high-level astral-reaching realm venerable in the future, just like Tang Bin of the Tang clan. How could his right to succeed the clan leader be taken away? Gu Sangbei's and Tang Yu's faces darkened. In order to become the official clan leader of the Gu clan, they had waited for several years for Gu Qingchen to turn 16. The reason why they had not killed Gu Qingchen earlier was so that they could become the official clan leader today. Instead, they had forcefully snatched the position away from them, which would make them look bad. However, judging from the current situation, it would be very difficult for Gu Sangbei to become the clan leader. Gu Sangbei and Tang Yu did not understand. Gu Qingchen had the aura left behind by Tang Bin in his body. This was the aura left behind by a venerable. As long as it remained in Gu Qingqian's dantian, he would not be able to break through to the star vortex realm. However, Gu Qingqian had just broken through to the celestial vortex realm, and he had even broken through to the second level of the celestial vortex realm. What was going on? How could Tang Bin make a mistake? At the same time, Gu Songbei thought of the report just now. Other than the old servant Gu Jinyang, there was also an unfamiliar young man who had come with Gu Qingqian. Could it be him? Gu Songbei's heart jumped. Gu Songbei thought about it and could only think of the unfamiliar young man. This was because the unfamiliar young man was the only anomaly beside Gu Qingqian. Since there was a change in the situation, it could only be the doing of this unfamiliar young man. How dare you meddle in my Gu clan's business? You're courting death. Gu Songbei clenched his fists and a fierce aura exploded. In the ancestral hall, everyone in the Gu clan had restrained their aura. At this moment, Gu Songbei's aura exploded and revealed a fierce aura. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. Gu Songbei stared at Gu Qingqian and shouted, "You were able to break through to the star vortex realm because of the stranger who came with you, right?" Previously, he had been stared at by Gu Qingqian and felt a little guilty. Now, Gu Songbei was going all out and had made up his mind to snatch the position of the clan leader. The awkwardness in his heart had disappeared. Gu Qingqian stared at Gu Songbei and asked loudly, "Someone left an aura in my dantian so that I would never be able to break through to the star vortex realm. Was this your idea or someone else's?" Gu Songbei coldly snorted and said, "Since you already know, then I'll say it clearly today. The position of the Gu family's patriarch must be taken by me. Even if you don't want to, you have to." The elders of the Gu clan all looked at Gu Songbei. Although they had colluded before, it was under the premise that Gu Songbei had a legitimate reason to do so. Now, Gu Songbei was clearly trying to snatch it. Moreover, it was in front of the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall, causing the elders to be stunned. Chapter 722. Gu Songbei, you have quite the nerve. In front of your dead ancestors, you actually dare to say such disgraceful words. The first elder, Gu Jingyuan, shouted angrily. With a flash, he appeared beside Gu Qingqian. Gu Songbei laughed and said, "I'm the strongest person in the Gu family. All these years, the Gu family has been in good order under my management. Why can't I be the patriarch?" Gu Jinyuan said, "A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. The Gu family is a large family that has been passed down for thousands of years. The reason why it has been prosperous is because it acts according to the family rules. According to the family rules, you, Gu Songbei, are not qualified to be the patriarch. It's already your great fortune to be the acting patriarch for a few years. If you dare to snatch the patriarch's position, you'll be disobeying your ancestors and a traitor to the family." Traitor. Gu Songbei sneered and said, "Those who oppose me are the traitors of the Gu family. Now, I announce that I, Gu Songbei, am the official patriarch of the Gu family. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy." Gu Jinyuan shouted, "You said you're the strongest person in the Gu family, but I don't believe it. If you dare to disobey your ancestors and disrupt the family rules, I'll kill you." The two looked at each other like fighting cocks, and a terrifying aura erupted from them. The elders looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One was the acting patriarch, and the other was the first elder. They were both peak 2-star venerables, and were at the top in terms of strength and power in the family. Now that the two were opposing each other, a life and death battle was about to break out. No matter which side they stood on, they would become enemies with the other side. Most of the elders were hesitating. Only a small number of elders stood behind Gu Songbei and Gu Jinyuan. Seeing this, Tang Yu covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "My Tang family is very supportive of Songbei becoming the official patriarch. Moreover, my uncle, Supreme Lord Tang Bin, has come to the Gu family as a guest. Whoever dares to disobey the patriarch, you know what the consequences are." Tang Yu's words were soft, but everyone's expression tightened when they heard it. Supreme Lord Tang Bin was an elder of the Xiaixing Palace, and now he was in the Gu family. After Gu Tsangnan and his wife went missing, the Gu clan did not even have a 3-star supremacy. A mid-level supremacy could suppress the entire Gu clan, let alone supremacy Tang Bin. Tang Yu's gaze swept across the elders as she asked, "Have you all not made your choice yet?" The elders looked at each other with fear in their eyes and walked behind Gu Zhangbei. 90% of the elders stood on Gu Zhangbei's side. That's right. A proud smile appeared on Tang Yu's face as she said, "With the support of the Tang family, the Gu family will be able to develop even better." The person who stopped Zhangbei from becoming the head of the family has no concept of the family at all. He only thinks about his own benefits and doesn't think about the family. He really deserves to die. Ha ha ha. Gu Zhangbei laughed wildly and said, "Gu Jinyuan, this family head will now strip you of your position as the first elder. If you surrender, I can still spare your life on account of your contributions to the family. Otherwise, I'll let you die today." As he spoke, Gu Zhangbei's gaze swept across the elders who stood behind Gu Jinyuan. "You all are really not afraid of death." The elders had long regretted it in their hearts. Now that they felt Gu Zhangbei's killing intent, their hearts trembled as they hurriedly said, "We support the head of the family, we support the head of the family." As they spoke, they had already moved to stand behind Gu Zhangbei. Only Gu Jinyuan was left beside Gu Qingchen. "You." Gu Jinyuan was so angry that he trembled. He pointed at Gu Zhangbei and shouted, "How much of the family's benefits did you betray to get the Tang family to work for you?" In contrast to Gu Jinyuan's anger, Gu Qingchen's expression was still calm. Yi Xing had already predicted this and told him about it. Gu Qingchen said, "Uncle, I'll call you uncle for the last time. Are you blinded by greed and went to the Tang family for the head of the family and betrayed the family's benefits, or were you instigated by others? Or were you forced to?" Gu Zhangbei laughed and said, "I'm doing this for the development of the Gu family." "What do you, a brat, know? Originally, I wanted to politely get the head of the family position, but I didn't expect you to ruin it at the last moment. If I had known this, why would I have waited for a few years? I would have killed you long ago. Now, what's the use of keeping you alive?" Gu Zhangbei shouted. His killing intent surged as he slapped Gu Qingchen's head with his palm. "How dare you!" Gu Jinyuan shouted angrily. He was about to stop Gu Zhangbei when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. It was Tang Yu who had suddenly thrown a flying knife at Gu Jinyuan's head. If this knife hit Gu Jinyuan's head, he would definitely die. Tang Yu was also a 2-star venerable, and her strength was not much inferior to Gu Jinyuan's. It was difficult for Gu Jinyuan to block this flying knife with a sudden sneak attack, let alone Gu Qingchen. Gu Jinyuan's speed exploded to the limit, and he barely dodged the flying knife's attack. At the same time, a shrill scream was heard. The scream came from Gu Zhangbei's mouth. His palm fell on Gu Qingchen's head, and it was caught by a hand. This hand was like an iron clamp, squeezing Gu Zhangbei's palm together, and the bones inside were crushed into pieces. What was more frightening was that a scorching strong current came from the hand and invaded Gu Zhangbei's meridians, making Gu Zhangbei feel as if his entire arm was being cut by a knife. The owner of this hand, who was standing beside Gu Qingchen, was a young man in black. It was Yi Xing. The people of the Gu family did not know Yi Xing. Looking at this unfamiliar young man, they were all shocked. Gu Zhangbei was a 2-star venerable, but his palm was so easily caught by the other party. What kind of cultivation did this unfamiliar young man have? Could he be a middle-stage venerable? "Who are you? Let me go." Gu Zhangbei shouted, and there was fear in his eyes. Bang! Yi Xing's strong current exploded in his palm, and Gu Zhangbei's palm was directly blown into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist. "Ah!" Gu Zhangbei screamed. His entire palm was gone. Even if his injury was healed, he would still be a cripple. "Zhangbei." Tang Yu was shocked. Her figure flashed to Gu Zhangbei's side, and she looked at Yi Xing with fear. She shouted, "Uncle." Lord Tang Bin was in the Gu family. However, he did not plan to show himself at the beginning. He only wanted to support Gutsang Bei and Tang Yu. After all, interfering with the succession of the family head was not a good reputation. He did not care about what the Gu family thought, but there were many families in the world, and there were many families stronger than the Tang family. If he interfered and broke the rules, it would cause the other families to hate him. Therefore, he did not plan to show himself, and only secretly stayed in the Gu family. Moreover, he did not need to show himself. As long as Tang Yu reported his name as the family head, Gutsang Bei would become the family head. Naturally, there would not be many people who would dare to stop him. However, he had to show himself now. Chapter 723. A long howl sounded from the family head's residence. With that howl, a figure rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several miles and appeared above the Gu family's ancestral hall. Tang Bin's cultivation aura erupted. The terrifying aura of a supremacy spread in all directions, forming a huge pressure. Under this pressure, many Gu family martial artists swayed, unable to stand steadily. Who is it? How dare you not give me, supremacy Tang Bin, face? Come out. Tang Bin stood in the sky and shouted. His voice reverberated, deafening the Gu family martial artists. Looking at Tang Bin in the sky, the Gu family martial artists' eyes were filled with fear. The Gu family was only a 2-star inferior family. Compared to them, a 7-star supremacy was too terrifying. As long as a 7-star supremacy wanted to, he could easily wipe out the Gu family. Tang Yu glared fiercely at Yi Xing and shouted, I don't care who you are or where you've come from. Since you've dared to hurt my husband today, my uncle will tear you to pieces and make sure you die without a proper burial. Yi Xing looked very young, only 18 or 19 years old. With such a young appearance, even if he was a supremacy, he shouldn't be that old. Such a young supremacy shouldn't have a high cultivation. Although there were many factions in the Starry Crescent land that were stronger than the Zhaixing Palace, Tang Yu didn't believe that Gu Qingchen would know any of them. Therefore, with Tang Bin, a 7-star supremacy, around, although Tang Yu was wary of Yi Xing, she didn't think much of him. She believed that Yi Xing would die without a doubt. Yi Xing glanced coldly at Tang Yu, grabbed Gu Qingchen's arm, and left the Gu family's ancestral hall. Yi Xing's cultivation aura erupted. He was also a 7-star supremacy. The Zhaixing Palace was a 3-star faction. Even the weakest 3-star faction had a king overseeing it. Yi Xing had no enmity with the Zhaixing Palace. His goal today was to let Gu Qingchen become the family head. It wasn't good to start a feud with the Zhaixing Palace. Therefore, it was better to scare Tang Bin away. Whether it was Tang Bin or the Gu family martial artists, they were all shocked. They had never imagined that Yi Xing would be a 7-star supremacy at such a young age. The younger one was, the more potential one had. Yi Xing was already a 7-star supremacy at such a young age. It was very likely that he would become an 8-star supremacy or even a 9-star supremacy in the future. On the other hand, Tang Bin was already over 100 years old. The reason he had become a 7-star High Lord was because of various fortuitous encounters. He had already reached the peak of his cultivation, and could not make any further progress. Upon seeing that Yi Xing was also a 7-star supremacy and that he was so young, Tang Bin's aura calmed down a lot. Tang Bin said, Your Excellency is also a 7-star venerable lord, so you're definitely not a nobody. May I know your name and which force you're from? Although his aura had calmed down considerably, Tang Bin's tone was still unyielding. Although he did not have the same potential as the other party, as an elder of the Zhaixing Palace, the Zhaixing Palace behind him was not to be trifled with. More importantly, the Zhaixing Palace was a subordinate force of the Celestial Elephant Palace, which was one of the 7 supreme forces in the Starry Crescent land. Yi Xing said indifferently, I'm a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. The Dark Moon Palace was one of the 7 supreme forces in the Starry Crescent land. It was on the same level as the Celestial Elephant Palace. Whether it was Tang Bin or the Gu clan cultivators, they were all shocked when they heard Yi Xing say that he was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. The Starry Crescent land was extremely vast, and the 7 fourth-grade forces were high and mighty. It was not easy for cultivators of ordinary forces to meet a disciple of one of the 7 fourth-grade forces. But now, there was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace standing in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Tang Bin looked at Yi Xing, his gaze clearly showing signs of retreat. Although the Zhaixing Palace was the strongest force in the Yuezhou, it could not be compared to the Dark Moon Palace. However, Tang Bin was also somewhat surprised. How could a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace know the Gu clan's young master, Gu Qingchen? Tang Bin cupped his fists and said, "So young master is a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. Sorry for the disrespect. How may I address you?" Yi Xing said, "Yi Yangsheng. The Gu clan's young master, Gu Qingchen, is a good friend of mine. He saved my life before. Whoever dares to covet his position as the clan head is my enemy." Yi Xing had killed the disciples of the Xingxiang Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Sealing Valley in the extraterritorial Starry Crescent land. At that time, the disciples of other sects had seen it. The name Yi Xing might not be safe in the Starry Crescent land, so Yi Xing had used a fake name. Yi Xing's name was Yi Risheng. The sun was Yang, so Yi Yangsheng was Yi Yangsheng. Tang Bin was surprised, but it was only for a moment. What kind of force was the Dark Moon Palace? Tang Bin did not believe that someone would dare to impersonate a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. Especially after seeing Yi Xing's extraordinary bearing, Tang Bin dispelled the suspicion in his heart. He said, "Young Master Yi is right. Gu Qingchen inherits the position as the clan head. My star-plucking palace also supports this. Who dares to covet his position as the clan head? No one dares." Yi Xing waved his hand and said, "You can get lost now." Tang Bin's expression stiffened, but since he believed that Yi Xing was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, Tang Bin naturally did not dare to give him any face. He smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, I will leave now, leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Bin turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Yi Xing's gaze turned towards Gu Sangbei and Tang Yu. His gaze was casual. However, Gu Sangbei and Tang Yu felt as if 2 rays of sword light had swept over, and their hearts trembled. At the same time, Gu Sangbei and Tang Yu knelt on the ground. At this moment, Gu Sangbei could no longer care about the pain in his hand. There was only fear in his heart as he said, "Young Master Yi, please spare my life. Spare my life." Tang Yu directly kowtowed to Yi Xing and said, "This lowly concubine had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Young Master Yi, please forgive me. Young Master Yi, please forgive me." When Yi Xing announced his identity as a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, even the Star-Plucking Palace's elder Tang Bin was scared witless. Gu Sangbei and Tang Yu were only 2 star venerables. In front of Yi Xing, they were like ants. If Yi Xing wanted to kill them, he could easily kill them with a raise of his hand. How could they not be scared? This was especially true for Tang Yu. When Tang Bin arrived, she arrogantly threatened Yi Xing, saying that she would crush Yi Xing into smithereens and die without a proper burial. Now, when Tang Yu recalled her words, she wanted to slap her own mouth. Her heart was filled with fear, and she repeatedly kowtowed to Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing looked down on Gu Sangbei and Tang Yu, he was not the person involved. They were fighting for Gu Qingchen's position as the family head, and the person they wanted to harm was also Gu Qingchen. Yi Xing was only here to help. As for Gu Sangbei and Tang Yu's life and death, it was up to Gu Qingchen to decide. This was because the one who would remain as the family head was Gu Qingchen, not Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked at Gu Qingchen and said, "Whether they live or die, you decide for yourself. You are now the family head of the Gu family. If you want them to die, just give the order and they will die." Chapter 725. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were the disciples of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Sealing Valley respectively. Among the 7 superpowers of Starry Crescent Land, Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley had the most interactions, and many of their disciples were friends. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were about the same age, 37 or 38 years old. Their cultivation bases were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and there wasn't much of a difference in strength. They were all at the peak of half-step kings, and their personalities were quite similar. Therefore, they decided to come to the Sky Flame Ancient Land to train together. The three's cultivation bases were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and they were only half a step away from breaking through to Star Sea realm and becoming kings. Their first goal in coming to the Sky Flame Ancient Land was to find the heart-burning fruit. Now, they finally came across a heart-burning fruit tree that was about to ripen. The three were naturally very happy. The three's gazes fell on Yixing, a 7-star reverend. He. Xing Haidong saw through Yixing's cultivation base and smiled disdainfully. He took a step forward and said, "Kid, these 3 heart-burning fruits aren't something you can touch. You can scram." Xian Yi and Feng Qingze also didn't put Yixing in their eyes. Xian Yi happily said, "There are 3 heart-burning fruits on this tree. 1 for me, 1 for Brother Haidong, and 1 for Brother Qingze." Ha! Feng Qingze smiled and nodded. Yixing recognized their origins from their attire. Yixing had killed many disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley in the Outer Realm Star Continent, so he naturally recognized the insignia of these 3 sections. Yixing didn't want to attract trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. The heart-burning fruit was very useful to him. He was the one who discovered it first and waited here for it to ripen. But now, he had to leave with his tail between his legs. This was something Yixing couldn't do. Although Yixing's divine dragon essence blood had been exhausted, and he had lost a powerful trump card, as long as he didn't encounter a Star Sea Realm king, he didn't fear any martial artist below the Star Sea Realm. These 3 were all half-step kings. Even if they were the peak half-step kings, Yixing didn't put them in his eyes. Yixing's expression was calm. His gaze swept across the 3 of them and he said, "This place. I came here first." Xian Yi and Feng Qingze looked at each other with a smirk. Xing Haidong glared at him and shouted, "I told you to get lost." Yixing was only a 7-star supremacy, while the 3 of them were half-step enlightened masters. Naturally, they did not think much of Yixing. Not only that, all 3 of them were disciples of the 7 strongest forces. Even if Yixing was also a disciple of one of the 7 strongest forces, the 3 of them were certain that he wasn't from the Astral Elephant Palace, Mystic Moon Hall, or Devil Ceiling Valley. Yixing's gaze turned cold. The pimp was right. Astral Elephant Palace's martial artists were indeed the most domineering. Although the 3 of them didn't think much of him, this Astral Elephant Palace's disciple was the most arrogant. Yixing looked at Xing Haidong with disdain and snorted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me?" Xian Yi laughed strangely and said, "This kid is quite arrogant. Brother Haidong, it seems like he doesn't think much of your Astral Elephant Palace." Xing Haidong was furious. His killing intent soared as he looked at Yixing. He shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, Xing Haidong suddenly attacked. He slapped his palm towards Yixing's head. If this palm landed, Yixing's head would definitely explode. Yixing's expression was cold as he punched out. The momentum of fire circulated, and his fist burned with terrifying might. Boom! Fist and palm collided. There was a loud explosion. Yixing's figure was like a mountain, and he didn't retreat even half a step. Xing Haidong, on the other hand, was startled and took several steps back. Xian Yi and Feng Qingze were shocked. They never thought that a 7-star supremacy would have such strength. The 2 of them looked at each other and revealed vigilant looks. They erupted with terrifying auras that locked onto Yixing. Although the 2 of them didn't attack, as long as Xing Haidong couldn't win, the 2 of them would definitely attack Yixing. After Xing Haidong's shock, he was furious. His strength was outstanding among martial artists of the same level. Few could contend with him. Today, he was actually forced to retreat by a 7-star supremacy. In his opinion, this was simply a great humiliation. Whoosh! Xing Haidong immediately used his astrology. It was an extremely high-grade water astrology. As the water astrology fell, Xing Haidong's strength soared. Whoosh! At the same time, Yixing also used his flame astrology. In the heavenly flame ancient land, the most abundant energy in the world was fire origin energy. The flame astrology complemented the nearby flames, and its power covered the sky. Compared to the two, Yixing's aura firmly suppressed Xing Haidong. Sweeping through the ages, Xing Haidong let out a furious roar and used his ultimate move. Surging water yuan qi gathered in his palm and struck towards Yixing. In an instant, the water origin energy rushed over like a wave, wanting to sweep away everything in front of it. The dark crow bow instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. Facing this powerful palm, Yixing drew with the bow. Dark origin energy gathered and formed a dark vortex. Xing Haidong's palm was completely turned into nothingness. Bang! At the same time, Yixing gently pulled the dark crow bow and released it instantly. A wave of starlight suddenly shot out. The starlight wave was as fast as light and rushed in front of Xing Haidong in an instant. The sharp aura made Xing Haidong shudder. He was shocked and quickly used astral energy to protect his body. At the same time, he quickly retreated. When Xian Yi and Feng Qingze saw this, they were shocked. At the same time, they attacked. Xian Yi pointed out a pitch-black astral finger. Feng Qingze formed a seal with both hands, forming a powerful sealing force that shrouded Yixing 9 Heavens astral travel technique. Yixing quickly retreated. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a black vortex. He had used the black hole astrology. The dark world instantly descended and the 3 opponents were plunged into darkness. Yixing avoided the pincer attack of Xian Yi and Feng Qingze. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 beams of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing used the Sagittarius astrology and pulled the dark crow bow. Xian Yi and Feng Qingze also used their astrology. One was an extreme shadow astrology, and the other was an extreme earth astrology. The light of these 2 astrology was not strong and could not reach the darkness caused by the black hole astrology. Oh no! Come to me, Xian Yi exclaimed. Although his shadow astrology could not dispel the darkness of the black hole astrology, the darkness could not block his vision. Feng Qingze and Xing Haidong rushed to Xian Yi. Whoosh! At this moment, a starlight arrow shot out. Yixing's eyes were filled with killing intent. The starlight arrow changed direction in the void and locked onto Xing Haidong's throat. Xian Yi immediately used astral energy to inform Xing Haidong of the change in the arrow. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the arrow. In the darkness, Xing Haidong's transformation was not as good as usual. He could not block the attack of the starlight arrow. However, the arrow was hit by Xian Yi's finger. It was slightly deflected and shot into Xing Haidong's shoulder. Ah! Xing Haidong screamed. Chapter 726. Xian Yi and Feng Qingze immediately rushed in front of Xing Haidong. With one on the left and one on the right, they grabbed Xing Haidong and rushed into the sea of flames. Whoosh! The black profound bow let out a loud sound, and a resplendent beam of light shot out. Another starlight arrow shot toward the 3. Yixing's strength erupted. He could even contend against a 1-star king. How terrifying was the power of the starlight arrow! Just its aura alone caused the 3's hearts to tremble. However, the 3's strength was also extraordinary. They were all peak half-step kings. If they joined hands, they could barely contend against a 1-star king. Now, the 3 had gathered together. Moreover, Xian Yi wasn't affected by the world of darkness. Under his command, the three used their full strength to block the second arrow. Then, the three's figures flashed out of the world of darkness like lightning. Their hearts were filled with fear. They had never seen or even heard of such a powerful seven-star venerable lord. Even the Big Dipper sword sex monstrous sword genius Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't have such strength when he was a seven-star venerable lord, right? The three inwardly thought, incomparably shocked. The heart-burning fruit was about to ripen. Yixing withdrew his astral projection and didn't chase after the three. The three had been taught a lesson and probably wouldn't come again. Moreover, with the three of them joining hands, it wouldn't be easy for Yixing to kill them. Yixing continued to wait beside the heart-burning fruit tree. After another 2 hours, the 3 heart-burning fruits had finally ripened and emitted an enchanting fragrance. Yixing plucked the 3 heart-burning fruits and left the tree. The flames on the heart-burning fruits disappeared, revealing 3 scarlet fruits. Yixing placed them in a medicine box and stored them in his spatial ring. Then, Yixing continued to advance into the depths of the heavenly flame ancient land. The deeper he went, the hotter the flames became. Yixing could feel them. Yixing used his fire aura to control the surrounding fire yuan qi. Some of the flames that were fatal to low-step kings were completely blocked by Yixing. When Yixing also felt the scorching heat under the protection of the grand momentum of fire, he knew that the flames he was in had already reached a level that could burn a mid-step king. This was already the limit of how deep he could go into the heavenly flame ancient land. It's here. Yixing stopped in his tracks, activating the already active star fire seed in his dantian. Suck! The star flame seed suddenly produced a huge suction force, like a whale sucking in water. The pure flame energy in the flames around Yixing gathered towards Yixing's body and was absorbed by the star flame seed. Black hole astrology. At the same time, Yixing also used the black hole astral form. A massive black vortex hung high in the sky and slowly rotated, producing a massive devouring power that devoured the fire essence in the surrounding flames. The stellar fire seed absorbed the fire essence to increase the fire seed's grade. The black hole astral form devoured the fire essence to increase the fire astral form's power. A large amount of fire essence was devoured by the black hole astral form into the space between his eyebrows. Yixing's fire astral form gradually grew stronger. Whether it was increasing the star flame seed's grade or the fire astral form's power, both were processes that required a long time of accumulation. Yixing sat quietly in the sea of flames, calmly guarding his heart. He was constantly absorbing the fire essence. Time slowly passed. Half a month later, the star flame seed suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, its power explosively increasing. In the blink of an eye, this aura calmed down, and the star flame seed stopped absorbing the fire essence. Yixing inspected the star flame seed and found that it had indeed made a qualitative breakthrough. It seemed that the surrounding flames were no longer of any use to it. If he wanted it to continue increasing its grade, he would have to absorb foreign flames that could threaten quasi-gods. Yixing rejoiced at the star flame seed's breakthrough. This would be enough to refine the death qi in the medial grade profound grade corpse jades. The black hole astral form above Yixing had already dissipated a few days ago. Yixing's fire astral form had already been strengthened to its limit and could no longer be improved. The flames here could not help it break through to the sage grade. Yixing stood up and walked through the flames. With the star flame seed protecting him, the surrounding flames could no longer harm him. Xiaochen walked through the flames and arrived at a valley that was not covered by flames. He found a flat area and sat down. With a wave of his hand, he took out the medial grade profound grade corpse jades. Even kings would find it difficult to enter the depths of the heavenly flame ancient land. These flames were a natural barrier. Yixing refined the death qi in the corpse jades here and suddenly made a breakthrough. Yixing drove the star flame seed and separated a strand of fire. He injected it into the corpse jades and carefully burned the death qi in the corpse jades. Before long, the death qi in the corpse jades had been burned clean. Yixing then picked up the second one. After all the death chi in the corpse jades had been cleansed, Yixing put away the star flame seed. Looking at the corpse jades before him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. These corpse jades could be directly refined and absorbed, allowing one's cultivation to break through. They could be called priceless treasures. Yixing put away the profound grade 4 corpse jades. He was currently at the 7th level of the astral reaching realm. He would need profound grade 5 corpse jades at the very least to be useful for his cultivation. One after another, Xian rank 5th grade corpse jades were refined by Yixing. Yixing's cultivation rose rapidly. Speaking of which, profound grade 6 corpse jades were the best for Yixing's cultivation. However, once Yixing broke through to the 8th star Reverend Lord realm, profound grade 5 corpse jades would have no effect on him. Therefore, although it was a bit wasteful to use profound grade 5 corpse jades for cultivation, he couldn't care less about it. Raising his cultivation was the most important thing. In any case, Yixing had a lot of profound grade 5 corpse jades. As for the profound grade 6 corpse jades, he would save them for when he broke through to the 8th star Reverend Lord realm. 10 days later, Yixing refined 7 profound grade 5 corpse jades, and his cultivation broke through to the 8th level of the astral reaching realm. Yixing continued to refine the profound grade 6 corpse jades. After another 10 days, Yixing refined 7 profound grade 6 corpse jades, and his cultivation had already stabilized to the peak of the 8th level of the astral reaching realm. There was only 1 profound grade 6 corpse jade left in his hand. Yixing gritted his teeth and took out the last one. If these corpse jades were to be sold, each one would fetch a sky-high price. However, Yixing understood that personal cultivation was the most important thing. As long as he could make a breakthrough, it would be worth it no matter how many corpse jades he used. One day later, a surging aura erupted from Yixing's body. The heavens didn't disappoint the faithful. After refining all 8 profound grade 6 corpse jades, Yixing's cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of the astral reaching realm. The 9th star Reverend Lord realm was already the highest realm of the astral reaching realm. What he needed to do next was to consolidate his cultivation, and then charge towards the astral sea realm. Breaking through to the 9th star Reverend Lord realm at the age of 23, Yixing's face was full of excitement. Chapter 727. After staying in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land for more than a month, Yixing had not only strengthened his fire astrology, but his star fire seed had also improved by a grade. His comprehension of the grand momentum of fire had also improved greatly. Yixing decided to continue comprehending the grand momentum of fire in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. He wanted to comprehend the grand momentum of fire to perfection in one go. In just half a month, Yixing had achieved his goal. Among the 3 grand momentums of heaven and earth, the grand momentum of fire was the first to reach perfection. The grand momentum of fire had reached perfection. This allowed Yixing to become more familiar with controlling flames. He could draw on more fire yuan qi and his strength had increased significantly. The Heavenly Flame Ancient Land was not suitable for cultivating the grand power of wind and the grand power of darkness. Without a suitable place to cultivate them, although they were only one step away from consummation, it would not be easy. It would be hard to make a breakthrough within a short time. Yixing left the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land and headed to Governor Yu's Gu clan in Azure City. Next, he was prepared to head to the Big Dipper Sword Sect to look for Feng Xiaoxiao. He would pass by Evergreen City. He had left the Gu clan for 2 months and could take a look at how Gu Qingchen was handling the Gu clan after becoming the clan master. After leaving the Gu clan, Yixing flew rapidly. After a few hours, he arrived at Evergreen City. Yixing flew directly above the Gu clan and landed on the square in front of the clan master's residence. Who is it? Seeing Yixing descend from the sky, a guard ran over. Among the Gu clan, only the upper echelons had seen Yixing in the ancestral hall. The rest of the people had seen Yixing before and did not recognize him. Yixing said, "I am here to see your clan master, Gu Qingchen." The guard looked at Yixing strangely and said, "The clan master of the Gu clan is called Gu Sangbei." Young master, you have found the wrong person. Gu Qingchen is no longer the clan master. Yi Xing's expression changed. Gu Cangbei had become the clan master again. Then what had happened in the Gu clan in the 2 months that he had been away? Whoosh, Yi Xing didn't speak anymore. His body flashed like a phantom, and he entered the family head's mansion in front. Gu Cangbei and Tang Yu were currently taking a stroll in the backyard with proud smiles on their faces. The two of them originally thought that they wouldn't have any status in the Gu family for the rest of their lives and could only lower their heads. However, they didn't expect that luck would come and they couldn't stop it. Gu Qingchen had only become the family head for a month before he met with a calamity, and the position of the family head landed on Gu Cangbei. Gu Qingchen has been taken to Zhaixing Palace. Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang have been killed. From now on, no one can shake my position. Ha! Gu Cangbei was elated and refreshed. Although one of his hands was crippled, it didn't affect his mood at all. Gu, Sang, North. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind Gu Cangbei. Gu Cangbei and Tang Yu were both shocked. The voice came from behind them, but they had no idea that there was someone behind them. They were both 2-star venerables. The person who had come was able to approach them silently. It was obvious that his cultivation was much higher than theirs. The two of them immediately turned around. When they saw Yi Xing, they were shocked and instinctively felt fear in their hearts. Yi Yangsheng. Gu Cangbei's voice trembled. Yi Xing looked coldly at the two of them and said, I told you before that if you dare to covet the position of the family head again, you will definitely die. It seems that you have completely ignored my words. Gu Cangbei immediately shook his head like a rattle drum and said, No. No, because Gu Qingchen was taken away by Zhaixing Palace, the Gu family no longer has a family head. The elders elected me as the family head. I didn't covet the position of the family head. Yi Xing's gaze was like a sword as he said, Why did Zhaixing Palace take Gu Qingchen away? Gu Cangbei said, Disciples of Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley came together with the experts of Zhaixing Palace. Yi Yangsheng, you pretended to be a disciple of Dark Moon Palace. They were very angry and took Gu Qingchen away. They also wanted me to tell you that if you are looking for Gu Qingchen, go to Zhaixing Palace. Yi Xing immediately clenched his fists. The aura in his body was like ignited gunpowder, about to explode. Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley again. Killing intent exploded in Yi Xing's heart. Gu Cangbei and Tang Yu felt the terrifying aura from Yi Xing. Their expressions were filled with fear as they retreated. Gu Cangbei said, This has nothing to do with me. Yi Yangsheng, if you want to find Gu Qingchen, go to Zhaixing Palace. Don't take your anger out on the Gu family. Yi Xing stared coldly at Gu Cangbei and shouted, Is it really none of your business? As soon as he said that, 2 green vortexes suddenly appeared in Yi Xing's eyes. Although the Eye of Clear Cloud was only a top-grade spiritual eye technique, Yi Xing was now a 9th star supremacy. His mental energy was not weaker than a king's. Naturally, he could use the Eye of Clear Cloud to deal with Gu Cangbei. A layer of mist instantly appeared in Gu Cangbei's eyes. It quickly turned into 2 vortexes. It was Supremacy Tang Bin who supported me to become the head of the Gu family. Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang opposed, so I ordered them to be killed. Gu Qingchen has been captured and taken to the Zhaixing Palace. He will definitely die. Yi Yangsheng has also gone to the Zhaixing Palace. Only death awaits him. From today onwards, the Gu family will listen to the orders of me, Gu Cangbei. My position as the head of the family was supported by the Tang family. In the future, I will take out half of the Gu family's annual harvest as a tribute to the Tang family. Any major matters in the family will be decided by my wife, Tang Yu. Tang Yu stood at the side and looked at the dazed Gu Cangbei. Her eyes were filled with fear. Gu Cangbei had already said all this. How could he still be alive? Whoosh, Tang Yu's figure flashed and she immediately escaped. Yixing snorted and waved his hand. Astral energy shot out and turned into an arrow. It instantly caught up with Tang Yu and killed her with one arrow. At this moment, Gutsang Bei was still in a daze. Yixing used his hand as a knife and swept it out. The astral energy was like a blade and cut off Gutsang Bei's head. This adulterous pair had both died. Zhaixing Palace, Tang Bin, and the disciples of Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Yin Palace, and Star Elephant Palace. Since you want me to go to Zhaixing Palace, fine. Just you wait. Yixing's eyes revealed a dangerous aura as he murmured. His body suddenly shot up into the sky and flew in the direction of Zhaixing Palace. Zhaixing Palace was the #1 sect in Yuezhou. It was a 3-star force. Among the 3-star forces, Zhaixing Palace was the weakest. They only had one 1-star king. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. The king of Zhaixing Palace was only 600 years old. He could live for another 300 years. As long as this king did not die, Zhaixing Palace could be classified as a 3-star force. If it was a powerful 3-star force, Yixing could not afford to provoke it. However, a 3-star force with only one 1-star king was not a threat to Yixing. Although he no longer had the divine dragon blood essence in his body, he was now a 9th-star venerable lord. Compared to when he was a 7th-star venerable lord, he was many times stronger. When he was a 7th-star venerable lord, Yixing could fight against a 1-star king without using the divine dragon blood essence. Now, Yixing naturally did not care about a 1-star king. Chapter 728. Yixing was still a few hundred miles away from the Zhaixing Palace when he used the dark momentum to hide his tracks. This was his first time here. Although he did not think much of the Zhaixing Palace's ruler, he would not barge in recklessly. After all, the Zhaixing Palace was a 3-star faction. If the faction had a level 5 formation, Yixing would not be able to handle it. Sneaking outside the Zhaixing Palace, Yixing scanned the place with his super brain. He was overjoyed to find out that the Zhaixing Palace's formation was only a level 4-1. It seemed that the Zhaixing Palace was indeed a weak 3-star faction. They did not even have a level 5 formation. This meant that Yixing had nothing to fear. However, Yixing still did not show himself. Even though the Zhaixing Palace was nothing to worry about, the Zhaixing Palace was a subordinate force of the Celestial Elephant Palace. If the Zhaixing Palace encountered danger that they could not handle, the Celestial Elephant Palace would most likely send reinforcements. Therefore, Yixing still had to destroy the Zhaixing Palace's teleportation array. This way, the Astral Elephant Palace's martial artists would not be able to reach the Zhaixing Palace directly. It wouldn't be a problem for Yixing to create havoc here. At the entrance of the Zhaixing Palace, 2 exalted masters stood guard on the left and right. At this moment, a Zhaixing Palace disciple came out. The formation was opened. After the Zhaixing Palace disciple left, the formation began to close again. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The guard on the left rubbed his neck. Where did this wind come from? It's so sudden. The guard on the right glanced at him. Why do you care? In that instant, Yixing took advantage of the opening of the formation and rushed in. Although the 2 guards were exalted masters in the astral realm, Yixing was too fast for them to notice. Yixing hit his tracks and looked into the distance. Using his super brain, he scanned the layout of the Zhaixing Palace and found the location of the teleportation formation. The Zhaixing Palace's teleportation formation was a level 5 formation. It could send people millions of miles away. The teleportation formation could only allow people to travel through the void. Be it level 4 or level 5 teleportation arrays, they did not have a strong defense. Even an enlightened being would be able to destroy them. Yixing appeared in the distance, took out the black crow bow, and aimed at the teleportation array. The place where Yixing had appeared was rather remote. Naturally, the martial practitioners of Star Picking Palace did not discover him. In the next instant, a brilliant arrow of starlight shot out. Boom! The starlight arrow accurately struck the level 5 teleportation array, creating a loud explosion that shook the ground. The teleportation array was shattered into pieces by this arrow. The sudden explosion caused all the star-plucking palace martial artists to be flabbergasted. In the star-plucking hall, the palace master of the star-plucking palace and the other elders were entertaining 3 esteemed guests from the Star Elephant Palace, the Dark Palace, and the Devil Ceiling Valley. If Yixing were here, he would definitely recognize these 3 honored guests. They were the 3 people he had met in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. More than a month ago, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had come out of the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. In the end, they had not found the ripe heart-burning fruit and had been very unhappy. After leaving the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, Xing Haidong had brought Xian Yi and Feng Qingze to Star Plucking Palace to rest temporarily. The Star Plucking Palace naturally treated the 3 of them like they were their ancestors. One day, when they were hosting a banquet for the 3 of them, Tang Bin told Xian Yi, a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, that he had met a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace in the Gu family. A young 7-star supremacy can't be a nobody in my Dark Palace. However, I have never heard of Yi Yangsheng. It's obvious that this person is not a disciple of the Dark Palace, but an impostor, Xian Yi had said at the time. Tang Bin was furious when he heard this. The reason he had acted subservient in front of Yixing was not because he was afraid of Yixing. As a 7-star supremacy, why would he be afraid of Yixing? What he was truly afraid of was the Dark Palace. Only now did Tang Bin realize that the Dark Palace disciple he had been afraid of was an impostor. How could he not be furious? He immediately exaggerated Yixing's story in front of Xian Yi, saying that Yixing had relied on the reputation of the Dark Palace to strut around and act arrogantly. Tang Bin's words successfully aroused Xian Ye's hostility. The 3 of them had come from the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, so they were all furious. Naturally, they wanted to deal with the impostor Yixing. How dare he impersonate a disciple of the Dark Palace? Brother Xian Yi, let's go together and skin him alive. The most arrogant and despotic Xing Donghai was the first to suggest that they go to the Gu family to cause trouble for Yixing. Thus, Xing Donghai led the 3 of them to the Gu family. At that time, Yixing had already left. The 3 of them stayed at the Gu family for a few days, but Yixing showed no signs of returning. Thus, they captured Gu Qingchen and brought him to Star Plucking Palace. They also passed down a message that if Yixing returned and wanted to find Gu Qingchen, he could go to Star Plucking Palace. In these few days, Gu Sangbei, with Tang Bin's support, became the family head once again and killed Gu Jinyang and Gu Jinyuan. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, causing the earth to tremble. Everyone in the Star Plucking Palace was startled and rushed out of the palace. At this moment, Yixing had already flown into the sky and swept his gaze around. Seeing a large group of high-level astral-reaching realm venerables rushing out of the palace, he turned his gaze and roared, "Where is Gu Qingchen? Hand him over, or I'll destroy your Star-Plucking Palace today." He had searched for Gu Qingchen a moment ago, but didn't find him. The Star-Plucking Palace covered a large area. If Yixing had to search for him bit by bit, he would have wasted a lot of time. Naturally, it would be faster to make them hand him over. As soon as Yixing's voice fell, his expression changed slightly. He saw Xing Donghai, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze. Xing Donghai, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze's expressions changed greatly. They had never imagined that the person pretending to be a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace was actually Yixing. The Star-Plucking Palace Master was also a half-step king. He didn't know that Xing Donghai, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had suffered at the hands of Yixing. What big guts! Do you think you can destroy the Star-Plucking Palace just because you want to? If you want Gu Qingchen, if you kneel down and beg, I might let you meet him. As soon as Tang Bin saw Yixing, the anger in his heart finally found a place to vent. He roared, "Yi Yangsheng, you dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace and deceive me? Today, I'll tear you to shreds." Tang Bin originally wanted to say that he would tear Yixing into pieces, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. You're actually a 9th star venerable lord? Tang Bin pointed at Yixing, his voice filled with astonishment. Only now did he realize that Yixing was no longer a 7th star venerable lord. Tang Bin naturally didn't believe that Yixing could break through from a 7th star venerable lord to a 9th star venerable lord in 2 months. Therefore, he believed that Yixing had concealed his cultivation base in the Gu clan. When he thought about how Yixing had been a 9th star venerable lord back in the Gu clan, killing a 7th star venerable lord like him would be as easy as flipping his hand, Tang Bin felt a lingering fear. The other party was a 9th star venerable lord. How would Tang Bin dare to say anything more? Would he rush up and tear Yixing into pieces? If he rushed up, he would probably be torn into pieces within a breath's time. Chapter 729. After being reminded by Tang Bin, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze also noticed that Yixing's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. This made the three feel relieved. No wonder he's so powerful. It turns out that he's a 9th star venerable lord. He deliberately hid his cultivation in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. Bastard! After leaving the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, the three felt a lingering fear in their hearts. A 7th star venerable lord's strength had simply broken the record of the Starry Crescent continent. It was too heaven-defying and unbelievable. The three thought that Yixing had concealed his cultivation and deceived them. They were furious. However, they didn't think that even if Yixing was a 9th star venerable lord, would the three of them put Yixing in their eyes? Absolutely not. The three of them were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and their strength was at the peak of half-step king realm. Unless they were facing a king, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone below the king realm. Therefore, even if Yixing was a 9th star venerable lord, they would still arrogantly tell Yixing to scram and snatch the heart-burning fruit. The three of them had deeply experienced Yixing's strength in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. Xing Haidong had almost died in Yixing's hands, so he was very afraid of Yixing. Palace head Chen, quickly ask your sect's old ancestor to come out of seclusion. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze simultaneously transmitted their voices to Chen Nan, the palace master of the Zhaixing Palace. The palace head's expression froze. Even if Yixing was a 9th star venerable lord, he didn't put him in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the three half-step kings, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, would transmit their voices at the same time, asking him to ask his sect's old ancestor, who was also the only king of the palace, Star-Plucking King. Three young masters, do you recognize this person? The palace head asked. Still asking. Ask my ass. The three cursed in their hearts. Xing Haidong roared, quickly ask Star-Plucking King, or we'll all be dead. On the other side, Yixing had already taken out the black bow. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he said, it doesn't matter who you invite. Today, all three of you will die. Back in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, Yixing had only been a 7-star supremacy. If he encountered a king realm expert, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, when Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had fled, Yixing hadn't pursued them. After all, if he provoked a king realm expert, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But now, the situation was different. Yixing was a 9th star exalt lord, so he didn't fear ordinary kings at all. Moreover, if he was determined to flee, then even a mid-rank king might not be able to kill him. What's more, Yixing would set out for the Big Dipper Sword sect after leaving Star-Plucking Palace. At that time, how could Star Elephant Palace, Dark Eam Palace, or Devil Ceiling Valley do anything to him? Therefore, if he encountered Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze again, whether it was because of the enmity in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land or because of Gu Qingqian's hatred, he would kill them. Pulling back the black bow, a starlight arrow instantly condensed and locked onto Xing Haidong. Xing Haidong's hair stood on end as his heart jumped. Although Yixing hadn't used his astrology, as a half-step king, his senses were extremely sharp. He immediately sensed that the danger he was facing now was more than 10 times greater than when he was in the heavenly flame ancient land. At that time, could he really be a 7-star supremacy? This thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind. Die! As this thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind, Yi Xing coldly shouted. Whoosh! The starlight arrow immediately left the bowstring, carrying a faint layer of flames. This was the great circle of fire aura. Although it didn't seem like much, its quality was extremely high, and its might was extremely terrifying. Save me! Xing Haidong screamed, his expression turning into one of fright as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, his astrology soared into the sky as he circulated his astral energy. Xing Haidong's strength erupted to the limit as he sent out 2 palms. The people of the star-plucking palace couldn't react in time. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would dare to take the initiative in the face of so many experts? Only Xian Yi and Feng Qingze knew how terrifying Yi Xing was. Seeing Yi Xing draw his bow, they knew that Yi Xing was really going to make a move. The two of them simultaneously attacked Yi Xing. Xing Haidong defended with all his strength while Xian Yi and Feng Qingze attacked Yi Xing. The 3 of them attacked and defended. Logically speaking, Yi Xing was only a 9-star supremacy and shouldn't be a match for them. However, the result was, Xing Haidong's astral palm was instantly pierced through by the starlight arrow. Then, the starlight arrow's momentum didn't decrease as it flashed like a shooting star and shot into Xing Haidong's head. Peng! Xing Haidong's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist. He died instantly. At this time, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks had already reached Yi Xing. They saw Yi Xing use his bow as a weapon and sweep it out. The black bow carried with it a terrifying flame aura. The power of a sweep was like a landslide, instantly shattering Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks. This attack, which was enough to sweep away ordinary half-step kings, was easily destroyed by Yi Xing's attack. The hearts of the star-plucking palace martial artists fiercely skipped a beat. Especially the upper echelons of the star-plucking palace, their expressions changed greatly. Xing Haidong was a disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace. Dying in the star-plucking palace was definitely a disaster. It's over, it's over. The star-plucking palace master's face was pale as if the sky had been trampled on. If the Celestial Elephant Palace blamed him, the star-plucking palace wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of the Celestial Elephant Palace. On the side, the 7-star supremacy Tang Bin was so frightened that his legs were trembling. He never imagined that he would provoke such a terrifying existence. Whoosh! At this time, Yi Xing drew his bow again and shot out a second arrow. This time, his target was the Dark Moon Palace disciple, Xian Yi. Only when Yi Xing easily dispelled Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks did they realize that Yi Xing's strength was much, much stronger than when they had met him in the Sky Flame Ancient Land. Clearly, Yi Xing hadn't hidden his cultivation base in the Sky Flame Ancient Land. Back then, he was indeed a 7-star supremacy. Now, Yi Xing was already a 9-star supremacy. His strength was naturally more than 10 times stronger. By the time the two understood, it was already too late. Yi Xing's starlight arrow wasn't something they could block. Peng, Xian Ye's blocking and dodging were futile. Like Xing Haidong, his head was struck and exploded into a bloody mist. He died. You weren't hiding your cultivation base? Feng Qingze's expression was horrified as he flew toward the entrance of the star-plucking palace. Whoosh! Yi Xing shot out another arrow. Before Feng Qingze could reach the entrance, his head was blown apart. He followed Xing Haidong and Xian Ye's footsteps to the Yellow Springs Road. In just 3 breaths of time, 3 half-step kings from the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley were all killed by Yi Xing's arrows. The warriors of the Star-Plucking Palace looked at Yi Xing with fear and trepidation. The Star-Plucking Palace master glanced at Tang Bin, wishing he could strangle him to death. What kind of disaster had he brought to the Star-Plucking Palace? Chapter 730. The palace master's heart was bleeding. The disciples of the three superpowers had died in the Jiaxing Palace. If the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Eam Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley wanted to punish him, he would die 10,000 times. At this moment, the only hope the Palace Master of the Star-Plucking Palace had was the old ancestor of the Star-Plucking Palace, the Star-Plucking King. If the Star-Plucking King was able to capture Yixing, he would be able to answer to the three great sections. Otherwise, even if Yixing did not destroy the Jiaxing Palace, the Jiaxing Palace would still face a great disaster. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from a mountain peak in the distance. The might of a king swept over in a mighty manner. The Jiaxing King finally received the Palace Master's message and came out of closed-door cultivation. An old man in green immediately flew into the sky. He stepped in the air and covered 10 miles with each step. In just a breath, he appeared above the Jiaxing Palace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Jiaxing Palace? The Jiaxing King roared furiously, his voice rippling like waves. Although Xing Haidong and the other two had asked the Palace Master to ask the Jiaxing King to come out of closed-door cultivation, the Palace Master was confused at that time. He did not know how terrifying Yixing was. Later, Yixing shot Xing Haidong's head with an arrow. Only then did the Jiaxing Palace realize how terrifying an enemy Yixing was. They quickly asked the Jiaxing King for help through the speed communication pearl. The Jiaxing King saw the message and came out of closed-door cultivation in just 2 breaths. However, in just 2 breaths, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze were killed by Yixing's arrow. The Jiaxing King only received the Palace Master's message for help. He did not know that Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had all died. Therefore, he was still calm. Ancestor, we're in big trouble, big trouble. Young Master Xing, Young Master Xian, and Young Master Feng were all killed by Yi Yangsheng. The Jiaxing Palace is in big trouble. The Jiaxing Palace Master immediately came to the Jiaxing King's side and wailed. The Jiaxing King's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "What?" Even though he was a king, he still felt like the world was spinning around him. In the Star-Plucking Palace, he was the supreme ancestor, the only king. However, in front of the 3 behemoths of the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Devil Ceiling Valley, he, as a 1-star king, was nothing but a fart. Even Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were already half-step kings at such a young age. In the future, they would most likely become kings, and their status would be above his. Now, all 3 of them had died in the Star-Plucking Palace. The Star-Plucking Palace Master was right. The Star-Plucking Palace was in deep trouble. King Jiaxing was so angry that his body was trembling. His gaze landed on Yixing, and it was as sharp as a knife. You actually dared to kill them? Yixing held the dark crow bow in his hand. Facing the Star-Plucking Monarch's king's pressure, Yixing felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Yixing said coldly, "So what if I killed them? If they don't hand her over, I'll continue to kill them until they hand her over." "You're courting death." King Jiaxing was furious. With a roar, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yixing. His palms blossomed with resplendent radiance as he slapped towards Yixing King Jiaxing's famous martial skill, Star-Plucking Hand. Once used, his 2 hands would be as tough as Xian weapons, containing terrifying might. It could even break Xian weapons easily. Yixing clenched his right hand into a fist in the face of Star-Plucking King's attack. A faint layer of flames enveloped his fist as he punched out. King Jiaxing snorted coldly in his heart. A 9th-star venerable lord dared to face him head-on. He was truly courting death. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a loud explosion resounded. Terrifying chi waves spread out in all directions, instantly spreading out to 1,000 meters away. In King Jiaxing's eyes, a mere 9th-star venerable lord would be able to shatter his fist and send him flying with a single palm. However, Yixing did not even take half a step back in the midst of the terrifying chi waves. His small body was like a mountain, and he did not budge in the slightest. As for King Jiaxing, he felt pain in his palm, and a scorching sensation spread out, as if he was being burned by fire. King Zhaixing was shocked. How powerful was the astral defense of a king? How could ordinary flames hurt it? Not to mention, it was even harder to injure him when he used star-plucking hand. Yet, he actually felt scorching pain. How terrifying was the flame in Yixing's hand? Whoosh! King Zhaixing's figure retreated rapidly, and he instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. You're just a mere 9th star venerable lord, yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection? How is this possible? King Zhaixing looked at Yixing with disbelief in his eyes. Even among mid-step kings, there weren't many who could comprehend the grand momentum of heaven and earth to perfection. King Zhaixing was a 1-star king, but his comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was only at the initial stage king level, which was still far from perfection. However, Yixing was only a 9th star venerable lord, yet he had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This truly shocked King Zhaixing. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to attack, and he said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand over the people, I'll turn the Zhaixing palace into a river of blood." Gu Qingqian's incident happened a month ago, and King Zhaixing knew about it. He knew who Yixing was here for. Yixing was so powerful. If he didn't kill Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, King Zhaixing would definitely hand them over. However, Zhaixing Palace had to give Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley an explanation for their deaths. Therefore, King Zhaixing naturally wouldn't let Yixing go. You're just a 9th star venerable lord, yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This is indeed shocking, and simply unheard of, but... King Zhaixing looked at Yixing, and his tone suddenly changed. The strength of a king is more terrifying than you think. Do you really think I can't kill you? Whoosh! As he spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used the star image. A yellow star floated in the sky. It was an extreme earth element star image. Surging star power poured down, and frightening earth element chi converged. King Zhaixing's strength rose sharply. King Zhaixing could not only draw in the heaven and earth yuan chi, but more importantly, he could draw it into his body to strengthen it. His control over the heaven and earth yuan chi was far from what venerables could compare to. King Zhaixing's palms blossomed with light once again. He had used the star-picking hand, and its might had risen several times compared to before. He was full of confidence. Even if Yixing had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection, he was only at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. King Zhaixing had enough power to resist. You're really courting death? Yixing roared. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. He had also used the star image. A flaming star floated in the sky. Surging star power poured down, causing Yixing's might to rise sharply. The fire element chi between heaven and earth converged. Yixing's body burned with visible ethereal fire. He was like a fire god, emitting a frightening aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Yixing's star image and his comprehension of the grand momentum of fire complemented each other. Their might had multiplied, and their strength had also risen sharply. Brothers, please don't waste your monthly tickets. There are only a few hours left. Chapter 731. Double monthly votes from the 1st to the 7th. 1 vote counts as 2 votes. Requesting monthly votes. In terms of aura alone, Yixing, a 9th star venerable, was even more frightening than a 1st star king. A trace of danger flashed through star-plucking king's eyes. There was a rational voice in his heart that told him to stop. However, as soon as he thought of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley, if he didn't capture Yixing and hand him over to them, Star-plucking king really couldn't think of any way to explain himself to them. A king is still a king after all. Even if he has the ability to challenge those with higher realms, he's still only an astral-reaching venerable. I don't have to kill him. As long as I can delay him until the experts of Star Elephant Palace arrive, I'll be done. A thought flashed through Star Plucking King's mind as he suppressed that feeling of danger. Looking at Yixing, his gaze instantly turned sharp. Star Plucking King roared, "Die for me." Star Plucking Hand was operated to the limit. That resplendent light made people unable to look at it directly. As his palms slapped down, the air was compressed to the point of rolling waves. Layers of frightening power attacked Yixing. At the same time, Star Plucking King transmitted a message to Star Plucking Palace Master, "Quickly send a distress signal to Star Elephant Palace." Facing Star Plucking King's frightening attack, Yixing's expression remained the same. In an instant, his flame aura surged, and the dark crow bow was also covered in a layer of void fire. The might of fire star form and fire aura completely erupted. Boundless fire yuan qi between heaven and earth rolled over. Bang! The dark crow bow swept out. With a loud explosion, the void collapsed, and the frightening raging flames rushed forward like a sea of fire. Pang! The dark crow bow, covered in flames, collided with the Star Plucking Hand, producing a loud explosion. The two figures didn't retreat half a step. Peng 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 peng. In a blink of an eye, Yixing and Star Plucking King had each launched over 10 moves. Every move was head-on, and the frightening power collided, creating countless ravines in the surrounding ground. A layer of the ground was shaved off. The warriors of the Zhaixing Palace, even if they were venerables, retreated 1,000 meters away. Even the venerables would not be able to withstand the shockwaves that spread in all directions. The successive collisions caused the Star Plucking King to become more and more alarmed. Yixing's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Yixing wielded a longbow and was clearly proficient in archery. However, Yixing was able to fight evenly with him with a bow as his weapon. If Yixing used his archery skills, how could he resist? I must not let him widen the distance between us. As long as I can drag it out until the experts from the Astral Elephant Palace arrive, victory will be ours. Star Plucking King thought to himself. Since the Star Plucking Palace had asked for help from the Star Elephant Palace, it meant that they had encountered a problem that one Star King couldn't solve. Therefore, the reinforcements sent by the Star Elephant Palace would be at least 3 Star Kings, or even mid-step kings. The Star Plucking Monarch didn't believe that Yixing would be able to escape from a 3-star king. The two exchanged moves extremely quickly. In merely a few breaths' time, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. After 50 moves, the balance between the two started to shift. Under Yixing's attacks, the Star Plucking King started to retreat. This caused him to be extremely shocked. Yixing's fire aura was too terrifying. Combined with the fire aura, it grew stronger and stronger. Even without using his archery skills, the Star Plucking King had a feeling that it would be hard to resist. At this moment, the Star Plucking Palace Master had already received a reply from the Star Elephant Palace through the transmission array. They were unable to lock onto the teleportation array of the Star Plucking Palace and had already sent a mid-step king to the nearby area to provide assistance. The Star Plucking Palace Master immediately transmitted a message to the Star Plucking King, who was greatly shocked. If the experts from the Star Elephant Palace came through the teleportation array, they would only need a few breaths' time to reach the Star Plucking Palace. However, how long would it take for them to teleport to the nearby area? If they were lucky, they would only need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. If they were unlucky, they would need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. However, in less than 10 breaths' time, the Star Plucking King had already been forced to retreat. How could he possibly hold on for a few hundred breaths' time? The Star Plucking King was startled. His actions slowed down by half a beat. He who was already at a disadvantage was flustered by Yixing's attacks. King Realm is only a so-so. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Suddenly, Yixing let out a cold snort. With a twang of the bowstring, a starlight ripple shot out. This starlight ripple appeared too suddenly. Even as a King Realm expert, the star-plucking king was greatly shocked. He retreated with all his might. At the same time, he executed the star-plucking palm and slapped at the starlight ripple. Only after using all his strength did he manage to block the starlight ripple. However, in the next moment, the star-plucking king's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with fear. In order to avoid the starlight ripple, the star-plucking king retreated a few miles away in the blink of an eye. The distance between him and Yixing was greatly increased. At this moment, Yixing had already drawn the dark crow bow. A resplendent starlight arrow locked onto the star-plucking king. Whoosh! The starlight arrow left the bowstring and shot toward the star-plucking king like a shooting star. A thumb-sized hole that was a few miles long appeared in the void. It was pierced by the starlight arrow in an instant. Its speed was so fast that even the air could not fill it. It formed a void hole that was visible to the naked eye. When the martial artists of the star-plucking palace saw the void hole formed by the starlight arrow, they could only be shocked. They did not have time to react. The star-plucking king immediately felt a life-and-death crisis. He executed the star-plucking palm to the limit. His two hands shone brightly as he grabbed at the starlight arrow. Swoosh! 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 Just as the starlight arrow was about to be blocked by the star-plucking king, the starlight arrow suddenly changed its direction in the void. It changed 9 times in a row. Following the Heart 9 transformations, Man and Bao Union, the second level of archery attainment. The arrows shot out were not only powerful but also impossible to guard against. In an instant, the star-plucking king's hands changed 8 times. When the starlight arrow changed its direction for the 9th time, the arrow's shadow was reflected in the star-plucking king's eyes. The life-and-death crisis instantly rose to the limit. He shouted in fright, "Stop, I!" Boom! Just as the star-plucking king's voice echoed, the starlight arrow shot into his glabella. A terrifying power exploded and let out a loud explosion. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones of a king were much stronger than a venerable. The star-plucking king's head did not turn into a bloody mist. However, there was a fist-sized hole in his glabella. The star-plucking king's body instantly fell to the ground. For a king, the glabella was still a vital point. Of course, a fist-sized hole in his glabella was instantaneous. Yixing strode in the void and appeared above the star-plucking king's corpse in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "It's too late to say it now." The martial artists of the star-plucking palace, regardless of whether they were disciples or seniors, witnessed the fall of the star-plucking king with their own eyes. Looking at Yixing who was standing in the void, their legs went soft and their eyes were filled with fear. Even the star-plucking king was killed. This meant that as long as Yixing wanted to, he could easily slaughter the entire star-plucking palace. How could the martial artists of the star-plucking palace not be afraid? Yixing cast his gaze toward the star-plucking palace's palace master and said coldly, "If you don't hand him over, you'll be next." Chapter 732. The star-plucking palace master's legs went soft, and he slumped to the ground. Even the star-plucking monarch had died in Yixing's hands. This was something that the star-plucking palace master had never expected. However, the star-plucking monarch was unwilling, extremely unwilling. If he couldn't capture Yixing, he wouldn't be able to answer to the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. At that time, the 3 factions would definitely annihilate the star-plucking palace to vent their anger. Although they wouldn't slaughter all the martial artists in the star-plucking palace, the star-plucking palace master would definitely die. Delay. I just need to delay him for a bit. As long as I can delay until the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrive and capture Yi Yangsheng, I'll have some hope of surviving. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. The star-plucking palace master thought to himself. He was already at the end of the road. Even though he was terrified of Yixing, he still decided to stall for time. The star-plucking palace master said, "Hand." "I'll hand him over immediately." I've already given the order to release Gu Qingchen. He's locked in a prison deep within the mountain, and he'll need some time to come out. Yixing naturally knew that the kings from the Star Elephant Palace would definitely be teleported to a nearby location if they couldn't reach the Star Plucking Palace. At the very least, they would be able to arrive within 100 breaths of time. He naturally knew what the Star Plucking Palace master was planning. Yixing said coldly, I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't see him after 10 breaths of time, you can go to hell. The Star Plucking Palace master's face changed, and he said with a trembling voice, 10 breaths of time. How can 10 breaths of time be enough to walk out of the mountain? Young hero, 60 breaths of time. At the very least, he'll need 60 breaths of time to come out. Yixing glanced at the Star Plucking Palace master indifferently before shifting his gaze away, not saying a word. The Star Plucking Palace master let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Yixing would really listen to him and wait here for 60 breaths of time. At that time, he would find some excuse to stall for time. When the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrived, everything would be over. 10 breaths of time passed quickly, and Gu Qingchen naturally didn't appear. Xiao, Yixing pulled the black profound bow in his hand, and immediately shot out a starlight ripple. The starlight ripple spread out in a fan shape, like a sharp blade, cutting the void in half. In an instant, it was right in front of Zhaixing Palace Master. The Zhaixing Palace Master was horrified. He never thought that Yixing would silently sentence him to death in his heart. Yixing was not far away from him. He suddenly launched an attack, and the starlight ripple's attack was so fast that even if the Palace Master wanted to dodge, he could not. He wanted to resist, but just as he raised his arm, the starlight ripples had already cut across his neck. Zhaixing Palace Master's head immediately flew backwards. He saw a headless body appear in front of him. In the next instant, his consciousness vanished without a trace. Yixing raised his hand to kill the Zhaixing Palace Master instantly. He raised his hand and put away the Palace Master's storage ring. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Tang Bin. Tang Bin's legs trembled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. He kowtowed to Yixing, Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have sinned deeply. Please have mercy on me. I will release Gu Qingchen immediately. Yixing used the eye of clear cloud and said coldly, I can release him myself. I don't want to trouble you. You can die peacefully. At this moment, Tang Bin's heart was filled with fear, and his mind was relaxed. Yixing's mental energy source suddenly surged out a powerful mental energy and rushed into the space between Tang Bin's eyebrows, causing Tang Bin to lose his guard. In an instant, 2 cloudy vortexes appeared in Tang Bin's eyes. Yixing asked, where is Gu Qingchen locked up? Tang Bin's expression was blank as he pointed at a mountain peak several miles away. In the prison on that mountain peak, cell number 10 at the foot of the mountain. As a 7-star venerable lord, Tang Bin's mental energy was extraordinary. After being stupefied for 3 breaths, Tang Bin's expression shook as he came to his senses. At this moment, a cold light flashed. It was the starlight ripple that Yixing shot out with the dark crow bow. It passed through Tang Bin's neck, separating his head from his body. After killing Tang Bin, Yixing's figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mountain peak that Tang Bin had pointed out. He activated his super brain and quickly found cell number 10. He saw Gu Qingchen inside. Gu Qingchen was tied to a beam. His body was stained with blood, and his clothes were torn. Clearly, he had been severely abused and was currently unconscious. Yixing smashed the door of cell number 10 with a palm strike and entered. In a breath's time, Yixing rushed out with Gu Qingchen in his hand. Yixing held the dark crow bow and shot a starlight arrow into the sky. The light barrier that covered the entire star-plucking palace was instantly shattered. Yixing carried Gu Qingchen and flew into the sky. Soon, They disappeared from the vision of the star-plucking palace's cultivators. The star-plucking palace's cultivators were gloomy. The palace master and old ancestor were dead. Moreover, 3 super forces disciples had died in the star-plucking palace. It was obvious that the star-plucking palace had no future. Some of the star-plucking palace's cultivators took advantage of the fact that the Star Elephant Palace's experts had yet to arrive to leave the star-plucking palace. After more than 100 breaths of time, a 4-star king arrived at the star-plucking palace. Seeing that the sect's formation had been broken and the sect was in a mess, he was shocked from afar. When he found out from the star-plucking palace that the star-plucking palace master and star-plucking king were dead, and that the Star Elephant Palace master, Xianyi, and Feng Qingze had been killed by a young man called Yi Yangsheng, this 4-star king was both shocked and furious. Under the star-plucking palace's instructions, this 4-star king chased in the direction that Yixing and Gu Qingchen had disappeared. As a mid-step king, he could clearly sense the aura in the void and knew Yixing's flight path. However, after chasing for more than 1,000 li, this mid-step king stopped and revealed a look of surprise. He had chased until here, but the aura he had been following had disappeared without a trace. He searched the surroundings for a while but couldn't find any clues. Thus, he could only give up in anger. In a mountain range tens of thousands of li away from the star-plucking palace, Yixing and Gu Qingchen's figures appeared from the shadows and landed on the ground. Yixing's darkness force was only a step away from perfection. With his darkness force concealing his aura, unless it was a high-level astral sea realm emperor, no one would be able to discover his whereabouts. However, the star-plucking palace was only one of the weakest 3-star powers. Yixing believed that the Star Elephant Palace wouldn't send an emperor to help the star-plucking palace. Sending a mid-step king was already a sign of their importance. Therefore, Yixing wasn't worried at all. No one would be following them. His guess was right. That mid-step king indeed couldn't track him. By the time the Star Elephant Palace's emperor arrived, the aura in the void would have already dissipated. The world was so big. Who could predict where Yixing would go? At that time, even a demigod wouldn't be able to find him. Chapter 733. Yixing fed Gu Qingchen a healing elixir, and his astral energy entered Gu Qingchen's body. Soon, Gu Qingchen woke up. Big brother Yixing. Gu Qingchen opened his eyes, and his body trembled. When he saw Yixing, he was stunned and pleasantly surprised. In the past month, he had been imprisoned in the Zhaixing Palace and had been tortured. As long as he was awake, he would be tortured by the people of the Zhaixing Palace. Only when he was unconscious would he be spared. Every time he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted. After he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted again. This cycle repeated countless times. Every time he opened his eyes, he would be greeted with all kinds of torture. Today, when he opened his eyes, he saw Yixing. How could Gu Qingchen not be surprised? Yixing nodded at Gu Qingchen and said, "Don't be afraid. I've already saved you. You can focus on recuperating. When you've recovered, I'll bring you to a place." Although Gu Qingchen's injuries were not light, they were not fatal. Moreover, Yixing had fed him a top-grade healing elixir. It would not take too long to heal his injuries. Since things had escalated to this point, Gu Qingchen naturally could not return to the Gu clan. Yixing planned to bring Gu Qingchen to the Big Dipper Sword sect. Gu Qingchen was still very young, and his aptitude was not low. If he could become a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Yixing would not have to worry about his safety. Gu Qingchen looked at Yixing and nodded. He originally wanted to follow Yixing and roam the world. He did not want to stay in the Gu clan. Now that Yixing was bringing him away, it was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang had already died. He did not have the slightest bit of attachment to the Gu clan. A trace of sadness flashed in Gu Qingchen's eyes. Although Gu Jinyang was a servant, he had watched him grow up and had always taken care of him. Gu Jinyuan was also the only elder who had sincerely supported him to become the clan leader. Gu Qingchen was very pained by their deaths. Without strength, I can only be at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. I want to become strong. From now on, I want to be the master of my own life. I can't let the people who are important to me die for no reason. I want to become strong. Gu Qingchen shouted in his heart. The experience this time had made his heart extremely resolute. Gu Qingchen let out a long breath and calmed himself down. He closed his eyes and refined the healing spirit pill in his body, using its medicinal energy to heal himself. Yixing sat down at the side and took out all the storage rings he had obtained from the star-plucking palace to check the items inside. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, Feng Qingze, Lord Zhai Xing, the palace master of Zhai Xing Palace, and Tang Bin were all killed by Yixing. Yixing took their storage rings and checked them all. As far as Yixing was concerned, middle-grade mystic-level weapons and materials could only be regarded as wealth and were not of much use to him. The only thing that was of direct use to him was that he had found a high-grade mystic-level metal mineral in the storage ring of the Star Plucker King, purple tier green gold. Once the azure cloud wings absorbed the high-grade mystic grade green gold, it could be upgraded to the high-grade mystic grade. At that time, Yixing's speed would increase greatly. Yixing held the azure cloud wings in one hand and the purple tier green gold in the other. He used the star fire seed to refine the purple tier green gold and merge it with the azure cloud wings. The upper grade black level metal ores were very strong, but in front of the star fire seed, they were easily refined. In about an hour, the green cloud wings had devoured all the purple teardrop green gold. The aura it emitted had increased by a large level, reaching the upper grade black level. Flying wings were extremely precious, and their value was much higher than weapons of the same level. Starry Crescent Land was a mid-level land, and there were not many martial artists who had mystic-level upper-tier flying wings. Normally, only great emperors had them. Now that the azure cloud wings had reached the high-grade mystic grade, Yixing's speed was basically invincible among kings as long as he didn't encounter any emperors. After an hour of treatment, Gu Qingchen's injuries were almost healed, and the two continued on their journey. With the high-grade azure cloud wings, Yixing's speed had increased greatly. Yixing was very clear that if the Astral Elephant Palace's experts couldn't find him, they would most likely issue a bounty on him within the Astral Elephant dynasty. Yixing brought Gu Qingchen and avoided the cities, going to places with little people. The Yuezhou continent was considered a remote area in the Astral Elephant dynasty, only one continent away from the Big Dipper dynasty. 3 days later, Yixing and Gu Qingchen left the Astral Elephant dynasty and arrived at the Big Dipper dynasty. Although the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Astral Elephant Palace were already enemies, Yixing still didn't dare to let his guard down in the Big Dipper dynasty. As a 4-star power, even if the Big Dipper Sword Sect didn't have a grade 6 teleportation array, they still had a grade 5 teleportation array. An ordinary grade 5 teleportation array could send people tens of millions of miles away, and a grade 5 teleportation array could send people hundreds of millions of miles away. If the Astral Elephant Palace's experts got wind of the news, they could directly use the teleportation array to teleport to any part of the Starry Crescent continent. The Big Dipper dynasty was no exception. Yixing avoided the cities and towns along the way, taking many detours in the wilderness. After a month, Yixing and Gu Qingchen finally arrived at the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Outside the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate, Yixing cupped his fists towards the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate guards and said, "I'll have to trouble you to inform Feng Xiaoxiao that my old friend, Yixing, has come to look for her." The Big Dipper Sword Sect was worthy of being a 4-star power. Not only did the sect occupy a beautiful land full of spirit chi, even the guards were all astral-reaching realm experts. The leader of the guards was even a 7-star venerable lord. Although Yixing was a 9-star venerable lord, he wasn't worth mentioning in front of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Therefore, the guards didn't give him a second glance. However, when they heard Yixing mention Feng Xiaoxiao's name, their expressions changed. The 7-star venerable lord guard said, "You know our sect's young master?" Yi Xing was surprised. Only now did he know that Feng Xiaoxiao was actually the Big Dipper sword sect's young master. However, he didn't show it on his face as he nodded and said, yes. The guard leader's expression immediately became a lot more respectful and said, young master, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately send someone to inform her. Big Dipper sword sect, Dubhe Peak, sect leader's mansion. Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating in the backyard. At this moment, a third-level astral reaching realm servant walked in. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating, he didn't dare to disturb her and stopped 10 meters away from her. After a few breaths, Feng Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and said, what's the matter? Although Feng Xiaoxiao didn't explicitly say that she wasn't to be disturbed while cultivating, if there wasn't anything important, the servant definitely wouldn't disturb her. That 3-star venerable said, young master, there's a young master at the mountain gate. He says that he's your old friend, Yi Xing, and he's here to look for you. Yi Xing. Feng Xiaoxiao's face was filled with astonishment as she said, are you sure? He's really called Yi Xing. Third watch, please double the monthly votes. Chapter 734. Yi Xing was a name that shocked Feng Xiaoxiao. In the Starry Crescent land, Feng Xiaoxiao was known as the most demonic genius of her generation. She was also a rare demonic genius in the Starry Crescent land. However, ever since she met Yi Xing in the extraterritorial Starland, Feng Xiaoxiao realized that Yi Xing was even more heaven-defying than she was. Feng Xiaoxiao believed that with Yi Xing's demonic level, he would definitely ascend to the top of the Starry Crescent land and then come to the Starry Crescent land. However, that would be 10 or even 20 years later. Now, less than 3 years had passed, and Feng Xiaoxiao heard the news about Yi Xing. Of course, she was dumbfounded. As far as she knew, to travel from the Starry Crescent land to the Starry Crescent land through the Void Tunnel required the strength of a 5-star king. When she and Yi Xing left the extraterritorial Starland, both she and Yi Xing were 1-star venerables. Now, only 3 years had passed, and Yi Xing already had the strength of a 5-star king. How was this possible? Wasn't his strength rising a little too fast? Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed. She stood up and said, I'll go and take a look. Like a gust of wind, Feng Xiaoxiao rushed out of the sect leader's mansion and rushed down Dubhe Peak. Soon, she arrived at the Big Dipper sword sect. From afar, Yi Xing sensed Feng Xiaoxiao's arrival and waved at her. A phantom shot from afar and stopped in front of Yi Xing. Feng Xiaoxiao's figure appeared and said in surprise, Yi Xing, is it really you? Yi Xing smiled and said, you said that if I came to the Starry Crescent land, I would look for you. Now, I'm here. You don't welcome me. Welcome, of course you do. Feng Xiaoxiao opened her arms and gave Yi Xing a big hug. Then, she looked at Yi Xing strangely and said, I thought you would need at least 8 to 10 years to come to the Starry Crescent land. You are too fast. It hasn't even been 3 years. The guards looked at Yi Xing in surprise. Yi Xing came from another Starry Crescent land. This was the first time they had seen someone from another Starry Crescent land, and they realized that Yi Xing was no different from them. As for Gu Qingchen, Yi Xing had told him where he came from on the way to the Big Dipper sword sect. Feng Xiaoxiao sized up Yi Xing and asked curiously, you're a 9th-star venerable lord now. That's only 1 realm higher than me. How did you pass through the void passage that connects to the Starry Sky continent? Yi Xing said, it's a long story. I came to find you because I have a favor to ask of you. Feng Xiaoxiao patted her chest and said, if there's anything, leave it to me. Yi Xing, now that you've arrived at the Big Dipper sword sect, you're an honored guest of the Big Dipper sword sect. If there's anything, we can talk about it inside. Come, follow me up the mountain. I'll show you around the Big Dipper sword sect. Yi Xing patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and followed Feng Xiaoxiao into the Big Dipper sword sect. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Qingchen and said, is this a friend you made in the Starry Crescent land? Yi Xing nodded and said, his name is Gu Qingchen. When I arrived at the Starry Crescent land, I was severely injured. He saved me. If not for him, I would have been dead. Gu Qingchen was only a star marquis at the third level of the celestial vortex realm. Feng Xiaoxiao did not think much of him. Now that she knew that Gu Qingchen had saved Yixing's life, she looked at Gu Qingchen with much more respect. Feng Xiaoxiao cupped her fists at Gu Qingchen and said, I am Feng Xiaoxiao. Welcome to the Big Dipper Sword Sect. To the Gu clan, the star-plucking palace was an unreachable existence, let alone the Big Dipper Sword Sect, which was one of the 7 strongest forces in the Starry Crescent land. If it was in the past, he would have jumped up and down in excitement if the young master of the Big Dipper Sword Sect spoke to him so courteously. However, after experiencing some things, Gu Qingchen had become much more mature. He no longer looked like a 16-year-old youth. Although he was a little excited, Gu Qingchen remained calm. He smiled and cupped his fists. It is my honor to meet young Master Feng. Big brother Yixing is also my savior. Young Master Feng, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Gu Qingchen's performance made Feng Xiaoxiao think even more highly of him. Moreover, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yixing had saved each other's lives. Therefore, Feng Xiaoxiao's impression of Gu Qingchen had improved greatly. Feng Xiaoxiao patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and said, all right, you don't have to be so courteous. You call him Big Brother Yixing, but you call me Young Master Feng. You are too courteous. You can call me Big Brother Feng as well. I am a few years older than you. How about I call you Qingchen? Gu Qingchen smiled and nodded. Big Brother Feng. When Yixing saw that the two of them were getting along, he was delighted. He said, Feng Xiaoxiao, I came to the Big Dipper Sword Sect to ask you for a favor. It has something to do with Qingchen. Can you see if Qingchen can become a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword Sect? No problem. Feng Xiaoxiao agreed immediately. With me around, you don't have to worry about him being bullied in the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Gu Qingchen did not know that Yixing had brought him to the Big Dipper Sword Sect to become a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. He immediately looked at Yixing and said, Big brother Yixing, what about you? If you don't have the protection of the Big Dipper Sword Sect, the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley will not let you off. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed as she said, Yixing, how did you offend the 3 great sects the moment you arrived in the Starry Crescent land? Could it be that they recognized you? F***CK. It must have been the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, the Golden Lion Sect, or the Moon Severing Sect who betrayed you. Otherwise, the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley have all died in the extraterritorial starlands. How would the 3 great sects know your name and appearance? Feng Xiaoxiao's words were related to the 7 great forces. Gu Qingchen was completely confused. Yixing smiled bitterly and said, they did not recognize me. After I arrived in the Starry Crescent land, I killed the disciples of the 3 great sections. At that time, I used the alias of Yixing, so. If the 3 great sects knew my name and appearance, they would probably know that Yi Yangsheng is Yixing. Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed and said, Yixing, I say, are you destined to have enmity with the 3 great sects? The moment you arrived in the Starry Crescent land, the disciples of the 3 great sects actually offended you. Ha! Feng Xiaoxiao laughed and patted her chest. She continued, it doesn't matter if they recognize you or not. Anyway, when you arrive at the Big Dipper Sword Sect, they can only stare at you helplessly. Also. As Feng Xiaoxiao spoke, she revealed a mysterious smile. Yixing asked, also what? Feng Xiaoxiao said, also, you have the opportunity to completely get rid of the 3 great sections. Yixing, I have to say that the timing of your arrival is too good. In 3 months, the Dark Star Holy Palace, a 5-star sect from a high-class continent, will come to the Starry Crescent land to recruit disciples. If you are selected, you will be able to leave the Starry Crescent land and head to a high-class continent. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Now that you have encountered it, don't you think the timing is good? Chapter 735. Yixing was stunned. The words, Dark Star Temple, rang in Yixing's ears like thunder. Yixing looked straight at Feng Xiaoxiao and said, "Are you talking about the Dark Star Temple? The Dark Star Temple from the Dark Star continent?" Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "That's right." "Yixing, you even know about the Dark Star Temple?" Yixing's heart pounded. The Dark Star Temple. The founder of the Dark Star sect, Zhuoheng Yuan, was originally a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. Later on, he accidentally passed through a crack in space and arrived at the Star Continent. When Yixing was in the Dark Star sect, he had read all the books in the Dark Star sect's library, including the notes left behind by Zhuoheng Yuan. One of the notes recorded how he came to the Star Continent. Yixing had the super brain. Everything he read was scanned into the super brain, never to be forgotten. Now, the contents of the notes appeared in Yixing's mind. Yixing was very clear about the route Zhuoheng Yuan took to reach the Star Continent. Didn't this mean that as long as Yixing reached the Dark Star Continent, he would be able to return to the Star Continent by following Zhuoheng Yuan's route? Yixing still had too many things to do in the Star Continent. If he had the chance to go back, he would do his best to do so. Now, he finally saw the hope of returning to the Star Continent. Yixing was, of course, extremely excited. Yixing said excitedly, "I want to become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. I must become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple." Feng Xiaoxiao continued, "Every 100 years, the Dark Star Temple will come to the Starry Crescent land to recruit disciples. Each time, they will only recruit 10 people. Any cultivator below the age of 30 or 50 can sign up. Each of the 7 major forces will have 10 spots to sign up. After that, a competition will be held to select the strongest 10. Yixing, with your strength, you will definitely be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple." Feng Xiaoxiao had witnessed Yixing's strength before. He was even stronger than her, the #1 monstrous genius of the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. Feng Xiaoxiao was now an 8-star High Lord. She was strong enough to fight against a 1-star king. As for Yixing, he was a 9-star High Lord. His strength was naturally even more terrifying. Yixing nodded and asked, "What about you? You should join as well." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "There aren't many kings below the age of 35 in the Starry Crescent land. As long as you have the strength of a king, you will definitely be able to enter the top 10 and be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. At that time, we will head to the high-ranked continents together." Ha! Gu Qingchen looked at Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao with envy. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao were going to explore the high-ranked continents in the future. As for him, he was just a small character in the Starry Crescent land. The envy in his heart made Gu Qingchen even more determined to become stronger. He decided that he would follow in Yixing's footsteps for the rest of his life. If there was a day when he could head to the high-ranked continents, he would definitely go there to take a look. With Feng Xiaoxiao's arrangements, Gu Qingchen soon settled down in the Big Dipper Sword sect and became an outer disciple. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, disciples below the astral reaching realm were all outer disciples. However, they were divided into Astral Star Realm and Astral Vortex Realm. They cultivated in different mountains. Feng Xiaoxiao was the son of the sect leader of the Big Dipper Sword sect. She had a very high status in the sect. With her recommendation, Gu Qingchen would definitely be greatly nurtured. After settling down Gu Qingchen, Yixing followed Feng Xiaoxiao to the sect leader's mansion on Dubhe Peak. The sect leader of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Quangtian, received Yixing. "Father, this is the Yixing that I mentioned to you before. He saved my life in the extraterritorial Starland." In the main hall of the sect leader's mansion, Feng Xiaoxiao introduced him to Feng Quangtian. Yixing stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Yixing greets Senior Feng. Feng Quangtian was at the 9th level of the Astral Sea Realm. His title was Emperor Quangtian. He was one of the strongest experts in the Starry Crescent land apart from a few quasi-gods. Feng Quangtian looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a square face and a heroic aura. At this moment, Feng Quangtian's face revealed a gentle smile. He said, "No need to be so polite. Xiao has talked to me about you before. Thank you for saving her life in the extraterritorial Starland." Yixing said, "In the extraterritorial Starland, it was Brother Feng who saved me first. Otherwise, I would have lost my life long ago. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking Brother Feng for saving my life." "Senior Feng, you don't have to be so polite." Feng Quangtian chuckled and said, "I won't beat around the bush. I'm very happy that you've come to the Starry Crescent land and become a guest of my Big Dipper Sword sect. Your grudges with the Astral Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley are closely related to my Xiao. My Big Dipper Sword sect will not sit idly by." Yixing said, "Thank you." Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Father, when Yixing was at the same level as me, his strength was already higher than mine. Now that he's one level higher than me, his strength will definitely surpass mine. If he participates in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he will definitely be in the top 10. I've already told Yixing to give him a place to register." Feng Quangtian nodded and said, "Our sect has 10 places to register, but only 1 or 2 can truly become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Most of them are just there to join in the fun. Giving a place to little friend Yixing is a small matter. Little friend Yixing, if you can become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, our sect will be able to receive rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace. At that time, we will have to thank you." Feng Xiaoxiao had already discussed the rules of the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciple recruitment with Yixing. Those who ranked in the top 10 and were officially accepted as disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace would receive rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Moreover, the higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. Yixing said, "The Big Dipper Sword sect has given me a chance. I will definitely do my best to fight for the glory of the Big Dipper Sword sect." Feng Quangtian had a satisfied expression. He admired Yixing very much and said, "Good. This emperor looks forward to your performance in 3 months. During these 3 months, you can stay in the sect leader's residence. I will let Xiao make the arrangements. This Big Dipper token is for you. With it, you can cultivate in any cultivation area of the sect." As he spoke, Feng Quangtian took out a token and tossed it to Yixing. Yixing caught the Big Dipper token and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Senior Feng." The Big Dipper Sword sect was a 4-star force. Every cultivation area was a treasure trove. Yixing could cultivate in any cultivation area. This was a huge benefit and Yixing was sincerely grateful. Feng Quangtian waved his hand and said, "Xiao, arrange for little friend Yixing to stay." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded at Feng Quangtian and then beckoned to Yixing. "Yixing, come with me." Soon, Feng Xiaoxiao brought Yixing to a courtyard and said, "You will stay here in the future. The courtyard next door is mine. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. There are many cultivation areas in the sect that are very useful. You have the Big Dipper token, you can try them out." Second update. Brothers, if you give me your support, I will give you my support. No matter how late I work tonight, I will give you my support. Please give me the double monthly votes in your hands. Chapter 736. A few days passed. On this day, a few guests came to the Big Dipper Sword sect. The leaders of the Astral Elephant Palace, the Mystic Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley came together. Due to what happened in the extraterritorial Starland, the relationship between the Big Dipper Sword sect and the other 3 sects had dropped to the freezing point. However, the Big Dipper Sword sect couldn't fall out with the other 3 sects just because of this. Even though their relationship wasn't good, the Big Dipper Sword sect still received the 3 leaders politely. Dubhe Peak, Big Dipper Hall. Vast Sky Great Emperor personally received the 3 sect masters, Star Aspect Palace's master, Darkeen Palace's master, 9 Candle Great Emperor, and Demon Ceiling Valley's master, Sealed Extinction Great Emperor. As leaders of the 7 strongest forces, they were naturally emperors, experts below the quasi-god realm. Emperor Vast Sky, let's not beat around the bush. The 3 of us are here for one thing, and that is for the Big Dipper sword sect to hand over Yixing. In the Big Dipper Hall, the palace master of stellar aspect, the 10,000 elephant emperor, went straight to the point as soon as they met. Yixing has killed many of our disciples, so he must die. If the Big Dipper sword sect wants compensation, we can discuss it, but you must hand over Yixing, the Mystic Moon Palace's 9 Candles emperor said coldly. The Demon Sealing Valley's Emperor Feng Ju didn't say anything, but his gaze was cold as he stared at Emperor Vast Sky. Emperor Vast Sky's expression was completely different from when he met Yixing. His face was as cold as ice as he said, "Many of our sect's genius disciples have perished in the Outerium star continent. My son, Feng Xiao, almost perished in the hands of the disciples of your 3 great sections. I haven't even settled the score with all of you, yet you dare to come to my Big Dipper sword sect and ask for him?" Emperor Myriad Elephant's face stiffened as he said, "It's normal for the younger generation to fight. Since ancient times, the disciples of our 7 sects have always had grudges against each other. It's normal for them to fight to the death. What's the problem?" 9 Candle Great Emperor said, "That's right. Haven't my Dark Palace's disciples died at the hands of your Big Dipper sword sect's disciples? When the younger generation fights, it's fate if they die, but it's luck if they don't die. What's there to talk about?" Great Emperor Vast Heaven chuckled. "That's right. It's fate to die in a fight between juniors, but it's a blessing to survive. Yixing is only a young man in his early 20s, and the grudge between him and the disciples of the 3 sects is purely a fight between juniors. Yet the 3 of you have come to the Big Dipper sword sect to demand him. Ha, are you juniors? If you think of yourselves as juniors, then you have to act like one in front of me. Come. First, pay your respects to your seniors. You." The 3 martial monarchs were furious. Even martial monarch Feng Ju, who had remained silent, was furious. Martial monarch Wan Xiang said angrily, "Feng Quangtian, Yixing isn't a member of your Big Dipper sword sect. Are you going to go against the 3 sects for an outsider?" Great Emperor Vast Heaven laughed. "Xing Wan Xiang, do you think we're still friends?" Martial monarch 9 Candle shouted, "Feng Quangtian, don't make a mistake. If the 3 sects go to war with the Big Dipper sword sect, you'll have to bear the consequences. Do you think it's worth it to let the Big Dipper sword sect suffer because of an outsider?" Great Emperor Vast Heaven sneered. "Xian Jiu Zhu, my Big Dipper sword sect has been around for tens of thousands of years. Do you think we'll be scared until we grow up? If it weren't for the fact that I cherish the lives of my disciples, I would have already declared war with the 3 sects when my son, Feng Xiao, returned from the extraterritorial star land. If you don't cherish the lives of your disciples and insist on declaring war, then fine. I'd like to see if anyone from your 3 sects will die after the war." Great Emperor Vast Heaven's stubbornness angered martial monarch Wan Xiang and 9 Candle monarch 9 Candle. Great Emperor Feng Ju snorted and spoke for the first time. "Feng Quangtian, the Dark Star Divine Palace has been recruiting disciples recently. Our sect and the Star Elephant Palace's disciples have always taken first place and had the most spots. Especially 100 years ago, our sect even had a 1-star blue life peerless genius enter the Dark Star Divine Palace. Hee. It's almost time for the Dark Star Divine Palace to recruit disciples again. When the time comes, many experts from our 3 sects will follow the team from the Dark Star Divine Palace back to the Starry Crescent Land. It's very likely that the balance of the Starry Crescent Land will be broken." "Humph. You're very stubborn now. When the balance is broken, I'll tell you clearly that the Big Dipper sword sect will be the first to suffer. You'd better think about the Big Dipper sword sect. Isn't it wise to offend us because of an outsider?" Great Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes narrowed and revealed a cold light. Great Emperor Feng Ju was right. The Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment was indeed led by the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Sealing Valley. It was because of this that the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley stood out among the 7 major forces and became stronger than the other 5 sections. The other 5 sects only had 1 quasi-god each, while the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley each had 2. Although 1 more quasi-god wouldn't be enough to break the overall balance, it would still have a huge impact. If the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley had 1 or 2 more quasi-gods, the balance of the Starry Crescent land might really be broken. Once the balance was broken, the strong would inevitably swallow the weak. At that time, the top forces in the Starry Crescent land would no longer be 7, but 5, or even 3. The Big Dipper Sword sect hadn't produced a quasi-god for more than 1,000 years. The current quasi-god was already 1,500 years old and wouldn't live for more than a few hundred years. If there was no new quasi-god, the Big Dipper Sword sect would completely decline. They would either be destroyed by other forces or become a vassal force. Great Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes were filled with hope. With a genius like Feng Xiaoxiao in the new generation of the Big Dipper Sword sect, she would definitely become a 2-star quasi-god in the future. As long as the Big Dipper Sword sect could hold on for a while longer, when Feng Xiaoxiao matured and became a 2-star quasi-god, they would become the strongest force in the Starry Crescent land. 1 more quasi-god wouldn't break the balance, but a 2-star quasi-god in the Starry Crescent land would definitely break the balance. Great Emperor Vast Heaven still believed that the Big Dipper Sword sect would be the one to rule the Starry Crescent land in the future. Great Emperor Vast Heaven said, the matters of the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. Yi Xing will represent our sect in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Temple. If you want to deal with Yi Xing, feel free to let the younger generation deal with Yi Xing in the disciple recruitment competition. If Yi Xing loses, he can only blame himself for being inferior. However, if you want to take him away from the Big Dipper Sword sect, don't even think about it. This is all I have to say. Please leave, I won't see you out. The 3rd update is here. Double monthly votes, anyone else? Chapter 738. Yi Xing spent 3 days consolidating the cultivation he had gained over the past month. 3 days later, Yi Xing arrived at the illusory profound formation. Like Whirlwind Valley, the illusory profound formation was divided into 6 levels. However, Yi Xing didn't choose the number 5 illusory profound formation. Instead, he chose number 4. In the number 5 illusory profound formation, the attacks inside were all at the level of a mid-level king. These were real attacks, not natural ones. Yi Xing couldn't block them at all. The attacks inside the number 4 illusory profound formation were at the level of a low-level king. Yi Xing could still break through. Yi Xing was only a 9th star sovereign lord, but he had received the number 4 illusory profound array token. This caused the deacon in charge of the illusory profound array to be incomparably shocked. It was rare to see a sovereign lord who could fight against a sovereign lord. Among the disciples of the Big Dipper Sword sect, only the young master, Feng Xiaoxiao, had such heaven-defying strength. However, when Yi Xing took out the Big Dipper token, the deacon didn't say anything and gave the number 4 illusory profound formation plate to Yi Xing. The illusory profound formation was different from Whirlwind Valley. Many people could cultivate in Whirlwind Valley at the same time, but only one person could enter the illusory profound formation at a time. The disciples of the Big Dipper Sword sect had to spend contribution points to cultivate in the illusory profound formation. Moreover, the Big Dipper Sword sect didn't have many Star Sea Realm disciples. Soon, it was Yi Xing's turn. He's only a 9th star Venerable Lord, but he dares to enter the number 4 illusory profound formation. Heavens, which genius disciple is this 9th star Venerable Lord? Why haven't I heard of him before? It should be Yi Xing, who recently came to our sect. I heard that he's young master's friend. Yi Xing. The Yi Xing that the 3 great emperors came to our sect to ask the great emperor for? Yes, who else could it be? As expected of young master's friend. His strength is so heaven-defying. He dares to enter the number 4 illusory profound formation. He definitely has the strength to fight against kings. How long do you think he can last? How difficult is it for a venerable to fight against a king? I think he'll be blasted out in 20 breaths at most. 20 breaths? I don't think so. I think he can last 50 breaths. Maybe I can hold on for 100 breaths. Ha! You guys are looking down on him too much. I heard from Deacon Su Feng that Yi Xing stayed in Whirlwind Valley No. 5 for a total of 38 days. Think about it, to what extent did he comprehend the power of wind to be able to persist for such a short period of time? Are you kidding me? 38 days? Absolutely. With such a high comprehension of the grand momentum of wind, even if he dodges with all his strength, he should be able to last for half an hour. Inside the illusory profound formation, as time passes, more and more attacks will appear. I think he can last for half an hour. Ha! Maybe it will last for more than an hour. Impossible. To last for an hour, his strength has to surpass a late-stage 1-star king. It's already amazing to be able to fight against a late-stage 1-star king. Surpassing a late-stage 1-star king, even the young master would find it difficult to do so, right? After Yi Xing entered the No. 4 illusory profound formation, a large number of Big Dipper Sword sect disciples and deacons gathered outside the formation, discussing spiritedly. Time passed by amidst the discussions of the martial artists. Half an hour later, Yi Xing still hadn't come out. Half an hour later, Yi Xing still hadn't come out. An hour later, the illusory profound formation was very calm, but Yi Xing still hadn't come out. Even a late-stage 1-star king would find it difficult to last for an hour in the No. 4 illusory profound formation. Yi Xing was only a 9th-star sovereign lord, but he had lasted for so long. This caused an uproar among the disciples and deacons waiting outside the formation. The news that Yi Xing had lasted for an hour in the No. 4 illusory profound formation spread quickly in the Big Dipper Sword sect. More and more disciples gathered outside the formation to wait. Finally, the news reached the ears of the sect master, Vast Heaven Emperor. Soon, Vast Heaven Emperor arrived outside the No. 4 illusory profound formation with a few emperor elders. The No. 4 illusory profound formation is temporarily listed as a forbidden area. Without this emperor's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Everyone, back off. Vast Heaven Emperor's majestic voice resounded. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect looked over and saw Vast Heaven Emperor standing in the sky, looking down at them. No one dared to disobey the sect master's orders. Although they were reluctant to leave, they had no choice. Under Vast Heaven Emperor's command, the Emperor Elders began to set up restrictions to block off this space and prevent others from spying on them. Yi Xing's strength would be exposed if he entered the illusory profound formation. Not all the disciples of the Big Dipper Sword sect were loyal. There might be spies from other sections. Even if there weren't any spies, the news of Yi Xing entering the illusory profound formation would spread. The martial artists of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Yin Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley would also receive the news and know Yi Xing's strength. This was obviously very disadvantageous for Yi Xing. Therefore, when Vast Heaven Emperor learned that Yi Xing had entered the illusory profound formation for more than an hour, he decisively sealed off the area of the No. 4 illusory profound formation, not allowing anyone to know the exact time Yi Xing had entered. As for how the others guessed, it was up to them to guess. To be able to last for more than an hour in the illusory profound formation No. 4, Yi Xing's strength is indeed higher than Xiao Er's. He might even be on par with Xiao Yanling. I wonder what rank he will get in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace. My Big Dipper Sword sect has really picked up a treasure by using our sect's quota. Vast Heaven Emperor thought to himself, feeling very happy. The Big Dipper Sword sect was the weakest 4-star sect while the Dark Star Divine Palace was one of the top 5-star sections. The rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace were extremely valuable to any sect in the Starry Crescent land. If Yi Xing could get a good name in the disciple recruitment competition, the Big Dipper Sword sect would receive a great reward. Vast Heaven Emperor waited quietly. Another half an hour passed, but the illusory profound formation number 4 was still calm. He won't be able to last for 2 hours, right? Vast Heaven Emperor thought to himself, feeling very excited. Lasting for 2 hours meant that one had the strength to surpass all one-star kings. Such strength could easily rank in the top 3 among the 35-year-old juniors of the Star Moon continent. The 10 disciples recruited by the Dark Star Divine Palace would receive different rewards depending on their ranking. The 7th to 10th place was one level, the 4th to 6th place was another level, the 2nd to 3rd place was another level, and the 1st place had the highest reward. However, if one could get into the top 3, the reward would be generous enough. Inside the illusory profound formation, Yixing held the dark profound bow in his hand, his figure changing position like lightning, shooting out starlight arrows one after another. Every time a puppet martial artist appeared, Yixing would immediately kill it. As for the attacks of mechanical or hidden weapons, Yixing would always dodge them or use his archery skills to destroy them. As time passed, more and more puppet martial artists and hidden weapons appeared, but Yixing's movements also became faster and faster. In the intense battle, Yixing's potential was greatly stimulated. When he used his archery skills, the fusion of man and bow increased rapidly. Chapter 740. In the following days, Yixing used the number 4 illusion profound formation exclusively. Yixing could cultivate whenever he wanted to, and for as long as he wanted to. Ever since Yixing came out of the number 4 illusion profound formation and met Vast Heaven Great Emperor, Vast Heaven Great Emperor also left. Thus, the number 4 illusion profound formation became Yixing's private territory. Yixing was very grateful for this. Even if Vast Heaven Great Emperor treated him like this because he wanted him to fight for benefits for the Big Dipper Sword sect in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace, Yixing was still grateful. Every day, Yixing cultivated in the number 4 illusion profound formation. Every time, Yixing only used the flame star and wholeheartedly relied on his archery skills to fight. After being blasted out of the illusion profound formation, Yixing recovered his energy and recuperated from his injuries. Then, he continued to cultivate in the illusion profound formation every day. Time passed day by day. Yixing stayed in the number 4 illusion profound formation for longer and longer periods of time. This meant that Yixing's combat skills with the bow were gradually improving. His fusion with the bow was also increasing day by day. After spending a total of 42 days, Yixing's attainments in archery finally made a qualitative breakthrough. His fusion with the bow had reached the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the fusion with the bow, the 9th transformation of the heart's desire. Yixing's attainments in archery had finally reached the prerequisite to comprehend the arrow intent. Next, comprehending the arrow intent would be his goal. Once he comprehended the arrow intent, it would be a great breakthrough in archery. The increase in his strength would be much higher than the increase in the fusion with the bow and the heart's desire. Moreover, once he comprehended the arrow intent, whether he used his fists, feet, palms, sabers, spears, or rods, he would be able to integrate the arrow intent into it. It would make all kinds of attacks contain terrifying power. Every move he made would be incomparably powerful. Whether it was the arrow intent, sword intent, saber intent, or fist intent, as long as he comprehended any kind of martial intent, he would open up a whole new world in the martial Tao. Arrow intent. I will definitely be able to break through. Yixing secretly said, very confident. Yixing left illusory profound formation number 4 and handed the formation plate to the deacon guarding the illusory profound formation. Then, he returned to Dubhe Peak to pay a visit to Great Emperor Vast Heaven. In the main hall of the Patriarch's residence, Vast Heaven Emperor looked at Yixing with admiration and said, "You've cultivated continuously in the number 4 illusory formation for more than 40 days. You should have gained something." Yixing nodded, and said, "I have reached the 3rd level of one with the bow. My goal has been accomplished. I will no longer cultivate in the illusory profound formation number 4 in the future. Senior Feng, please remove the restriction. Martial monarch Vast Heaven was overjoyed. He said, "Great, your archery skills have reached such a level. You should be able to secure a spot in the top 3, or even, fight for first place." Yixing said, "Who are the strong opponents this time?" Martial monarch Vast Heaven said, "With your strength, only 2-star King Realm martial artists can be considered your opponents. They are Celestial Palace's Flowing Star Sword and Demon Sealing Valley's Feng Cangtian. Feng Cangtian is a 2-star King Realm martial artist, but Flowing Star Sword is even more terrifying. This person is younger than Feng Cangtian, and his cultivation is even lower. He is only a 1-star King Realm martial artist, but he can challenge those of a higher level than him." Yixing asked, "They are all 2-star kings? Not 3-star kings?" Martial monarch Vast Heaven nodded. Yixing immediately understood. After reaching the 3rd level of One with the Bow, he had already passed the 2nd stage of the illusory profound formation number 4. As long as his opponents were only 2-star kings, he was confident that he could take first place without using the Sagittarius constellation. Yixing said, "I have received a lot of benefits from your sect these days. I will fight for first place for your sect." Martial monarch Vast Heaven's eyes brightened as he laughed, "Haha. Then I really hope that day will come soon." Yixing said, "That day should come soon. How much longer?" Martial monarch Vast Heaven said, 5 more days. 5 days later, the Dark Star Godly Palace team will arrive at the Starry Crescent land. Then, they will start recruiting disciples. All the competitions will be finished on the same day, and the team will leave on the same day. Yixing's eyes faintly shone with excitement. 5 days, he would arrive at the Dark Star land in 5 more days, and then head to the Dark Star Godly Palace. As long as he could reach the Dark Star Godly Palace, there would be hope for him to return to the Starry Crescent land. Yixing asked about Feng Xiaoxiao and learned that she was in seclusion training, trying to break through to the 9th level of Astral Reaching Realm. Feng Xiaoxiao's attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. She had already reached the 3rd level of One with the Sword. However, her comprehension of the worldly momentum was still inferior to Yixing's. If she could reach the 9th level of Astral Reaching Realm, she would also have the strength to fight for the top 3. In the next few days, Yixing consolidated his recent gains. Soon, it was the day before the Dark Star Godly Palace team arrived at the Dark Star land. On this day, Feng Xiaoxiao ended her seclusion. It wasn't easy for an 8-star Reverend Lord to reach the 9th-star Reverend Lord level. She still hadn't succeeded, and still needed some time to accumulate. However, after reaching the 3rd level of One with the Sword, her strength had also increased greatly. She would be hard-pressed to find a match among the 1-star kings. Apart from Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao, who were almost guaranteed to enter the top 10, the Big Dipper Sword sect also had a king disciple named Xiao Yanling, who was also guaranteed to enter the top 10. The Big Dipper Sword sect's results had always been poor in the Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment. Only one disciple had made it in, sometimes not even one. This time, they could finally make a comeback, so Great Emperor Vast Sky was in a good mood these days. On this day, in the Star Elephant Palace, Myriad Elephant Emperor instructed his disciple, Starry Sword, if you meet Yixing in the competition, kill him if you have the chance. Don't worry about anything. Starry Sword had become a 1-star king at the age of 28. Although he was only 30 this year, he looked as young as a teenager. He carried a sword on his back. Clearly, he was an expert in the way of the sword. Palace Master, Starry Sword will kill Yixing to restore the name of the Star Elephant Palace. Starry Sword's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Although Starry Sword wasn't the most talented of the younger generation in the Starry Crescent land, he was the strongest. He believed that no one under the age of 35 could match him. Although the Big Dipper Sword sect had a peerless genius like Feng Xiaoxiao, she hadn't become a king yet. Currently, the first place among the younger generation was still occupied by Starry Sword. Yixing was only a 9-star Reverend Lord. Although he had killed the 1-star King Zhaixing, Starry Sword didn't think much of him. After all, his strength wasn't something a one-star king could compare to. Demon Sealing Valley, Great Emperor Feng Zhu was also instructing his disciple, Feng Cangtian. Those who could enter the outer realm were all geniuses. For example, Xing Luyang of the Star Elephant Palace and Feng Xiong of the Demon Sealing Valley were stronger than Starry Sword and Feng Cangtian. They just hadn't matured yet. Yi Xing had killed the most talented disciple of the Demon Sealing Valley. Great Emperor Feng Zhu couldn't allow Yi Xing to live. Would he be able to enter the top 100 today? The monthly votes would be great, and the explosive power would be even greater. Please double the monthly votes. Chapter 741. The day for the Dark Star God Palace to come to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Feng Xiaoxiao found Yi Xing and the two of them went to the Big Dipper Palace together. Including Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xing, there were a total of 10 young geniuses gathered in the Big Dipper Palace. Only one of them was a Star Sea Realm monarch. The King Realm disciple was called Zhao Yanling. She was the only King Realm disciple under the age of 35 in the Big Dipper Sword sect. Yi Xing had heard Feng Xiaoxiao talk about her before. Of the other 9 people, 4 were 9-star supremes and 5 were 8-star supremes. They all knew that Yi Xing was Feng Xiaoxiao's friend and that Yi Xing had stayed in the number 4 illusory mystic formation for more than an hour. His strength was at least at the level of a late-stage 1-star king. Therefore, they were all very respectful and friendly to Yi Xing. Today, the person sitting in the sect master's seat wasn't Vast Sky Emperor, but a white-haired old man. This white-haired old man looked like he was over 70 years old. He didn't have the slightest fluctuation of astral energy. He gave off the feeling of an ordinary old man. However, Yi Xing's pupils shrank when he saw this white-haired old man. Even Vast Sky Emperor was standing respectfully to the side. This white-haired old man was obviously not an ordinary old man. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, only one person had such a status. That person was the Big Dipper Sword sect's guardian expert, quasi-god Feng Hanqiu. This was the first time Yi Xing had seen a quasi-god. He couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't dare to look directly at Feng Hanqiu and immediately looked away. With Yi Xing's current cultivation, he was extremely sensitive to other cultivators. Even if a Star Sea Realm monarch or emperor were to hide their cultivation, Yi Xing would still be able to sense danger. However, Yi Xing couldn't sense any danger from Feng Hanqiu. The absence of danger was the true danger. This meant that Feng Hanqiu had reached a level where even Yi Xing couldn't sense him. This showed that the gap between Yi Xing and Feng Hanqiu was extremely wide. Feng Hanqiu's gaze swept across Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yanling, and the other young geniuses. His gaze lingered on Yi Xing obviously, he had heard of Yi Xing's name. Yi Xing's strength had surpassed that of a 1-star king, and he could compete with a 2-star king. Emperor Vast Heaven naturally reported this to Feng Hanqiu. The Dark Star Temple's recruitment was the biggest event in the Starry Crescent Land in the past 100 years. All 7 factions would send their quasi-gods to participate. Therefore, Feng Hanqiu personally led the Big Dipper Sword clan's team to participate in the recruitment. Every martial artist who was accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple would become the backbone of their respective forces in the future. More than 80% of the quasi-gods and great emperors of the 7 strongest forces were once disciples of the Dark Star Temple. They only returned to the Starry Crescent Land after further study in the Dark Star Temple. Yi Xing. Quasi-god Feng Hanqiu's gaze lingered on Yi Xing as he called out Yi Xing's name. Junior is here. Yi Xing took a step forward and nodded slightly. Feng Hanqiu said slowly, I heard from Vast Heaven that you have the confidence to compete for first place. Yi Xing nodded and said, yes. Compete for first place. Apart from Feng Xiaoxiao, the other Big Dipper Sword clan disciples were all shocked. Whether it was Feng Cangtian or Flowing Star Sword, their strength was not ordinary among the 2-star kings. To compete for first place, one would need to be a first-rate 2-star king. Feng Xiaoxiao was very clear that with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent among the one-star kings. Yi Xing was stronger than him when they were at the same cultivation level. Now that he was one cultivation level higher than him, his strength would definitely surpass him. To Feng Xiaoxiao, it was normal for Feng Xiaoxiao to have the strength to compete for first place. Feng Hanqiu's calm eyes flashed with joy as he said, "Very good. If you have the chance to win, then do it. If you don't, then don't force it. The competition does not prohibit life and death. You have to be careful of the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley targeting you during the competition." Yi Xing said, "I will bear that in mind." Feng Hanqiu said, "The Dark Star Temple comes to the Starry Crescent Land every 100 years to recruit disciples. Some of our 7 forces have yet to return from the Dark Star Temple. If they can't kill you in the competition, they'll definitely find another opportunity to do so once they reach Dark Star Divine Palace. If any of the martial practitioners from Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, or Dark Yin Palace try to make things difficult for you, feel free to inform the martial practitioners of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. I'll have Feng Xiaoxiao pass on my message and they'll help you." Yi Xing cupped his fists and said, "Yes." Feng Hanqiu stood up and looked away from Yi Xing. He said, "Let's go." Led by the quasi-god Feng Hanqiu, the sect master Vast Sky Emperor, and 3 peerless emperors, a total of 5 seniors led Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, and 10 others to the Big Dipper Sword Clan's teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, the Big Dipper Sword Clan team appeared in a desert at the extreme south of the Starry Crescent Land. This place was called the Chaos Desert. The deeper one went, the more chaotic the space became. There were many layers of space and cracks in space. The passage between the Starry Crescent Land and the Dark Star Continent was located in the deepest part of the Chaos Desert. Only quasi-gods had the strength to pass through the passage and reach the Dark Star Continent. One needed to be at least a second Nirvana quasi-god. In the middle of the Chaos Desert, there was a huge battle stage that spanned several dozen miles. It was covered by an array that prevented the wind and sand from blowing in. This battle stage and the array were set up by the Dark Star Temple's experts in the ancient era as a place to recruit disciples. Although the Dark Star Temple only accepted 10 disciples every 100 years, after 100,000 years, the number of disciples they had recruited had reached tens of thousands. The Big Dipper Sword Clan team arrived at the battle stage early in the morning, but some other sects arrived even earlier. Feng Hanqiu, Emperor Guangtian, and the other quasi-gods greeted each other. Only then did Yi Xing realize that the first to arrive were the captains of the Golden Lion Sect and the Moon Severing Sect. The Golden Lion Sect and the Moon Severing Sect's captains were both 9th stage Astral Sea Realm Great Emperors. As for the quasi-gods, the Golden Lion Sect's captain was a middle-aged man named Jin Hongcheng. The Moon Severing Sect's captain was a beautiful middle-aged woman named Qiu Minjun. She seemed to be much younger than Feng Hanqiu. They were both first Nirvana quasi-gods with a lifespan of 2,000 years. Naturally, they were of the same generation. However, from Jin Hongcheng and Qiu Minjun's expressions, it could be seen that they respected Feng Hanqiu, who was almost twice their age. Not long after, the Great Spirit Sect's team arrived. The quasi-god of the Giant Spirit Sect was a tall man without a single strand of hair on his head. He was bald and shiny, but he was not young. He looked to be in his 60s, much older than Jin Hongqiu and Qiu Minjun. "Old Ghost Hanqiu, I haven't seen you for 100 years. You're still the same. You're full of energy. Lu Zhenghong, your face has grown many wrinkles in the past 100 years. Ha!" The Great Spirit Sect's quasi-god started chatting with Feng Hanqiu. Only 10 names away from the top 100. Begging for votes. Charge into the top 100. I'll continue to write my story. Today, I'll explode at 6. Chapter 742. Lu Zhenghong was only 200 years younger than Feng Hanqiu. The two had known each other for a long time and were obviously more familiar with each other than Jin Hongcheng and Qiu Minjun. Lu Zhenghong glanced at the Big Dipper Sword Sect disciples and said, "Old geezer, this time, your Big Dipper Sword Sect can't compare to my Great Spirit Sect, hee hee." While speaking, Lu Zhenghong glanced at a king realm disciple of the Great Spirit Sect and continued, "Feng Xiaoxiao hasn't become a king yet. Your Big Dipper Sword Sect's king realm disciple is only at the late stage of Astral Sea Realm, hee hee. Our sect's Pengju has a cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Astral Sea Realm. His strength is unrivaled among one-star kings. Apart from Astral Elephant Palace's Meteor Sword and Devil Sealing Valley's Feng Cangtian, Pengju can easily take third place." Feng Hanqiu followed Lu Zhenghong's gaze and glanced at the King Realm disciple of the Great Spirit Sect, Pengju. He chuckled and said, "It's hard to say, hard to say." Lu Zhenghong rubbed his bald head and said, "Old geezer, you're looking down on my sect's disciples. How about we make a bet? If Pengju takes third place, it's my win. If not, it's your win." Feng Hanqiu looked at Lu Zhenghong with a faint smile and said, "What bet?" Lu Zhenghong thought for a moment and said, "Let's make a small bet. A top-grade profound weapon, how about it?" Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. A top-grade profound weapon, and this was only a small bet? The Big Dipper Sword Sect's martial artists tried hard to hold back their laughter. Yi Xing wanted to fight for first place. Whether he could take first place or not was another matter, but if he could, he would at least be in the top 3. This bet was obviously Lu Zhenghong's loss. A top-grade profound weapon wasn't an ordinary item. Even many kings didn't have a top-grade profound weapon. This bet was obviously Feng Hanqiu's win. Naturally, the Big Dipper Sword Sect's martial artists wouldn't cause trouble and forcefully held back their laughter. Feng Hanqiu was victory in his grasp. He smiled and said, "Baldy Lu, since you want to give me a gift, how can I not accept it? Let's bet." Looking at Feng's appearance, Lu Zhenghong had a bad feeling. However, Lu Zhenghong thought for a moment. Other than Flowing Star Sword and Feng Cangtian, there was no other junior martial artist who could be a match for Pengju. The only person Lu Zhenghong was worried about was Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao's talent was too high. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the #1 genius in the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. If Feng Xiaoxiao was a 9-star supremacy, Lu Zhenghong would be worried whether Pengju would be a match for her. Lu Zhenghong carefully sized up Feng Xiaoxiao. When he discovered that Feng Xiaoxiao was indeed an 8-star supremacy, he immediately relaxed. Lu Zhenghong chuckled and said, "Old man, don't try to be mysterious. I won't fall for it. Let's bet. Just wait for my disciple to take third place, haha." While Lu Zhenghong was laughing, another martial artist arrived at the arena. The number of martial artists that came this time was a bit too many. They were the teams of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Moon Palace. Astral Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had always been close. Recently, Demon Sealing Valley seemed to have joined this small group. The 3 major sects were on the verge of joining together. Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Sealing Valley each had 2 quasi-gods. Their strength was stronger than the other 5 major forces. If they joined forces, it would definitely be a terrifying force. With the addition of Dark Moon Palace, it would be even more terrifying. The other 4 major sects only had 4 quasi-gods. However, these 3 major sects had 5 quasi-gods. In the Star Moon continent, quasi-gods were the high-end combat power that stood at the peak. The difference of 1 quasi-god was huge. When the teams of Astral Elephant Palace and the other 2 major sects arrived, the martial artists of Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect all looked over with vigilance. When Myriad Elephant Emperor, 9 Candle Emperor, Sealed Extinction Emperor, and the 3 quasi-gods arrived at the arena, their gazes swept over the Big Dipper Sword Sect's team. Soon, their gazes locked onto Yi Xing. 3 emperors and 3 quasi-gods all stared at Yi Xing with extremely strong spiritual pressure. Yi Xing immediately felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. That invisible pressure almost pressed him to the ground. Yixing circulated his astral energy and spread his legs apart like a mountain. He used all his strength to resist this invisible pressure. In the blink of an eye, his forehead was covered in sweat. When Feng Hanqiu saw this, he moved his feet and stood in front of Yixing, blocking the formless oppressive might. Xing Chengji, Feng Xiaoyuan, Xian Yuan. Feng Hanqiu's gaze swept over the three quasi-gods. He shouted, "You're all living like dogs. As quasi-gods, you're bullying a junior. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Feng Hanqiu only spoke to the three quasi-gods. As for the three emperors, they were ignored by him. They were not qualified to speak to him on equal terms. The three quasi-gods withdrew their spiritual pressure. Xing Qingji snorted and said, "Feng Hanqiu, your Big Dipper sword sect really likes to poke your nose into other people's business." Feng Hanqiu smiled faintly and said, "At least we don't bully others. We're much better than your Xingxiang palace." Xing Qingji sneered and said, "Do you really think your Big Dipper sword sect can handle this? The Big Dipper sword sect can protect him for now, but can they protect him forever?" Feng Xiaoyuan said, "If the Big Dipper sword sect hides him in the sect, it's not impossible for them to protect him forever. However, they actually dared to let him participate in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Temple. This is courting death. Old Ghost Hanqiu, open your eyes and watch. Yixing will die at the hands of my sect's disciple, Feng Cangtian." Behind Feng Xiaoyuan, among the disciples of the Demon Ceiling Valley, a young two-star king raised his head with a proud expression. He. Xing Qingji smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiaoyuan, that's not necessarily the case. If Yixing is in the same team as my sect's disciple, Flowing Star Sword, the one who kills Yixing will be Flowing Star Sword." Dark Moon Palace's quasi-god Feng Yuan said, "No matter who he meets, Yixing will undoubtedly die." The martial artists of the various sects all looked at Yixing. The Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley had once issued a bounty on Yixing. This matter was known to all the martial artists of the 7 major forces. Now, the quasi-gods of the 3 sects had clearly stated that their disciples would kill Yixing in the competition. All the martial artists wanted to know if Yixing still dared to participate in this competition. Of course, Yixing would not back down. Feng Hanqiu was also very confident in Yixing. Since Yixing dared to fight for first place, his strength must be at a very high level among the 2-star kings. Even if Yixing was not a match for them, he would at least have no problem keeping himself alive. Although there was no rule against life and death in the competition, if the opponent admitted defeat, then they would have to stop. Feng Hanqiu did not believe that Yixing would be killed by Flowing Star Sword or Feng Cangtian before he could even admit defeat. Feng Hanqiu sneered in his heart and thought to himself, "I'll let you guys have fun in your fantasies for now. When you see Yixing's strength, let's see if you can still laugh." If Yixing can defeat Feng Cangtian and Flowing Star Sword and take first place in the competition, at that time, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Chapter 743. In the arena, the 7 factions were divided into 3 groups, each of them spread out in different directions. The teams of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Eam Palace were gathered together. The teams of the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Great Spirit Sect were gathered together. The teams of the Golden Lion Sect and Moon Severing Sect were gathered together. Jin Hongcheng and Qiu Minjun exchanged a glance, then led their teams toward the teams of the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Great Spirit Sect. The other party's 3 major forces were too strong. The other 4 major sects could only fight against them if they worked together. Not long after the teams of Astral Elephant Palace and the other 2 sects arrived, the quasi-gods all looked toward the depths of the desert. They had already sensed that the team of the Dark Star Temple was heading toward the arena. After a dozen breaths of time, the great emperors also sensed it. After a few more breaths, the emperors also sensed it. By the time Yixing sensed a powerful fluctuation coming from the depths of the desert, the space in front of him split apart in the blink of an eye. A black spaceship about 30 meters long emerged from the void. This black flying ship exuded a terrifying aura that made one feel an urge to kneel before it. A supreme-grade profound artifact would never have such a powerful aura. It was clear that this was a divine artifact, and not even an ordinary one. The black flying ship passed through the array formation and stopped in the air above the arena. Every martial artist present, including the quasi-gods and great emperors, focused their attention on the black flying ship. The next moment, the cabin door opened, and a line of martial artists filed out. The first to walk out were 3 quasi-gods, 1 at the front and 2 at the back, none of them concealing their cultivation. The one at the front was a second Nirvana quasi-god, and the 2 at the back were both first Nirvana quasi-gods. Greetings, divine emissary. Below, the quasi-gods cupped their fists and called out in unison. The other martial artists hurriedly followed suit and bowed slightly. The second Nirvana quasi-god stood at the bow of the ship and waved his hand. No need for formalities. This quasi-god is Zhong Litao, and beside me are my junior brothers Fan Wengang and Situ Hai. We are in charge of recruiting disciples from the Starry Crescent continent. On Starry Crescent land, the maximum number of martial artists it could accommodate was a second Nirvana quasi-god. Therefore, the highest cultivation level of the deity's Templar martial artists who had come to recruit disciples was a second Nirvana quasi-god. If one's cultivation level exceeded that of a second Nirvana quasi-god, they would be rejected by the laws of the world. As for true gods, they weren't rejected. However, the Dark Star Divine Palace recruited disciples from many mid-sized continents, but there were very few true gods. It was impossible for every continent to send a true god. Yes, Sir Divine Envoy, the quasi-gods replied in unison. At this time, Zhong Litao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, waved his hand and opened a layer of seal. He said, "Brothers of Starry Crescent Land, come out." The martial artists of the 7 superpowers were shocked. Every 100 years, 10 geniuses from the Starry Crescent Land would enter the Dark Star Temple. However, there would also be disciples who returned to the Starry Crescent Land to cultivate in the Dark Star Temple. With their individual strength, only true gods could travel from a high-grade continent to a low-grade continent. Those below true gods could only rely on tools. If the martial artists of the Starry Crescent Land wanted to return, they could only do so once every 100 years when the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples from the Starry Crescent Land. The Dark Star Continent was a high-class continent, and the Dark Star Divine Palace was a top-notch 5-star sect. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, there was a chance to raise one's cultivation to a higher realm. Not every martial artist who went to the Dark Star Divine Palace was willing to return. However, there were always some martial artists who missed their hometown. When they found it difficult to improve their cultivation level, they would return to the Dark Star Continent. Moreover, for example, a 9-star king was only an elite disciple in the Dark Star Temple. However, in the Starry Crescent Land, he was a great emperor. His status was completely different. This was one of the main reasons why martial artists who went to the Dark Star Temple to cultivate returned to the Starry Crescent Land. Every time, there would be 7 or 8 martial artists who would follow the Dark Star Temple team back to the Starry Crescent Land. Sometimes, there would only be 2 or 3 martial artists. The martial artists who returned to the Starry Crescent Land had cultivated in the Dark Star Temple for at least 100 years. Some had even cultivated for hundreds of years. The weakest of them was an emperor, a 9-star great emperor, or even a quasi-god. As soon as they returned to the Starry Crescent Land, they would become the pillars of their sections. Of course, the martial artists of the 7 major sects were looking forward to the return of their own martial artists from the Dark Star Temple. Every martial artist who returned would be a powerful force that would greatly improve the strength of their sections. As soon as Zhong Litao finished speaking, 4 martial artists walked out of the cabin. The 4 of them exuded a faint fluctuation of astral energy. They did not hide their cultivation level. One of them was a second Nirvana quasi-god, 2 were first nirvana quasi-gods, and 1 was a 9-star king. When the martial artists of the 7 major sects saw this, they all had different expressions. The martial artists of the Dark Moon Palace, the Golden Lion sect, and the Great Spirit sect were obviously disappointed. None of the 4 martial artists were from these 3 sections. As for the other 4 sects, the martial artists of the Celestial Elephant Palace were the most surprised. The second nirvana quasi-god with the highest cultivation level was Starsilver Death, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple 200 years ago. Starsilver Death was a 1-star blue fate. He was the most talented genius of the Celestial Elephant Palace in the past 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, after 200 years, he was already a second nirvana quasi-god. His cultivation level was 1 level higher than his heaven's fate. Clearly, he had encountered a great opportunity in the Dark Star Temple. The martial artists of the Demon Ceiling Valley were also surprised. Beside Starsilver Death stood a sexy and enchanting beauty. She was also a quasi-god, a 1 nirvana quasi-god. She was Feng Nongying, who had entered the Dark Star Temple 100 years ago. The Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley's strength were already at the top of the Starry Crescent land. They each had 2 quasi-gods. Now that they had another quasi-god, how could they not be surprised? This was especially true for the Celestial Elephant Palace. The return of a second nirvana quasi-god was something that had never happened in the Starry Crescent land in the past 10,000 years. A second nirvana quasi-god was enough to break the balance of power in the Starry Crescent land. As for the martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect, they were both surprised and worried. The other quasi-god was Feng Junyue, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple 300 years ago. His fate was a 9-star blue fate. To be able to become a quasi-god, he must have encountered a great opportunity. Feng Hanqiu was already old. The Big Dipper Sword sect finally had a successor. This was something to be happy about. Moreover, in the next few hundred years, the Big Dipper Sword sect would have at least 2 quasi-gods. This would greatly increase their strength. This was something to be happy about. However, the martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect were not happy. The Big Dipper Sword sect was strong, but the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley were even stronger. The balance of power in the Starry Crescent land had been broken. In the next 100 years, the Starry Crescent land was destined to be turbulent. The ones who stood at the top of the Starry Crescent land would not be the Big Dipper Sword sect, but the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley. If these 2 sects joined forces, they would have the strength to destroy the other strongest forces. It's already the 5th update. It's almost midnight. By the time I finish writing the 6th update, it should be 1 in the morning. But I said I'll do it no matter how late I work. Brothers, I'm begging for another monthly vote. Thank you. Chapter 745. The aura of a second Nirvana quasi-god burst out. Other than the star Nirvana quasi-gods, everyone felt a terrifying pressure. It was very uncomfortable. Junior brother Silver Death. Just then, a voice sounded in the sky. Wherever the sound wave passed, Star Silver Death's aura disappeared without a trace. Zhong Litao stood at the tip of the black spaceship and looked down. Today is the recruitment day of the Dark Star Temple. Junior brother Xing, please don't cause trouble. Although his words were polite, his meaning was obvious. Star Silver Death didn't have the final say here. Star Silver Death's face froze. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, he was a famous figure among the disciples of the Dark Star Temple. His status was similar to Zhong Litao's. If he wanted to kill a 9th star supremacy, wouldn't it be as easy as killing an ant? However, things were different now. Now that Star Silver Death had returned to the Starry Crescent land, his status in the Dark Star Temple was very different. He couldn't kill a disciple of the Dark Star Temple in front of Zhong Litao. Star Silver Death retracted his aura and said, Senior Brother Zhong, Yixing has a huge grudge against the Celestial Elephant Palace. Senior Brother Zhong, please give me face and let me deal with him. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death was very confident. Although he lowered his status in front of Zhong Litao, he didn't lose out. Zhong Litao said indifferently, let him participate in the competition first. If he's ordinary and can't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, you can deal with him however you want. However, if he becomes a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, I'll have to take him there. Star Silver Death's face darkened. If Yixing couldn't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, he could deal with him however he wanted. What Star Silver Death meant was that if Yixing could become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, he could deal with him however he wanted. This meant that Zhong Litao didn't give him any face at all. Star Silver Death glanced at Flowing Star, who was among the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace, and gave him a murderous look. Then he smiled faintly. He won't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. He'll be a dead man. Zhong Litao said, as long as Astral Elephant Palace follows the rules, you can play however you like. But you can't break the rules. Alright, that's all I have to say. Hand over the slots and the competition will begin immediately. The 7 quasi-gods, Feng Hanqiu, Lu Zhengheng, Jin Hongcheng, Qiu Minjun, Feng Xiaoyuan, Xing Qingji and Xian Yuan, flew onto the black spaceship and handed the 10 quotas of their respective sects to Fan Wengang and Situ Hai. After the quasi-gods of the 7 major sects handed over their quotas, they disembarked from the black spaceship and went back to their respective places. Every time, there would be a quota of 70 people. However, only 10 people would be able to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. There was already a set of rules for the competition. The first 3 rounds would be an elimination system. In the first round, 35 out of 70 people would be selected. In the second round, 18 out of 35 people would be selected. In the third round, 9 out of 18 people would be selected. After the 3 rounds, the top 9 would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 who won would be the top 3, and then the 3 would face off against each other to determine the final winner. In addition, the strongest person among the martial artists who were eliminated in the first 3 rounds would be selected to join the top 9 in the group to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The rules were fixed, but the order of appearance of each quota was arranged by the 3 divine messengers. In order to prevent the strongest from meeting each other at the beginning and being eliminated, each major sect would mark the strongest person among the 10 quotas. When the divine messengers made the arrangements, they would first separate the strongest person among the 10 quotas. Fan Wengang held the Big Dipper Sword sect's name list in his hand. He smiled and handed it to Zhong Litao. Senior Brother Zhong, take a look. Zhong Litao took a look at the list and smiled. He saw that the most powerful person on the list was Yixing Zhao Yanling and Feng Xiaoxiao had also been marked as powerful. Interesting. Zhong Litao smiled when he saw the cultivation bases of Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao. One was a 9th star supremacy, while the other was an 8th star supremacy. After a while, the 3 divine messengers decided on the first round's battle list. Zhong Litao said, the competition will now begin. The first round, the first match, Yi Zian vs Yang Wenxuan. In the middle of the arena, there was an independent space. The 2 names that Zhong Litao called would enter this space to fight. No matter what method was used, as long as one could defeat the other, they would win. The battles continued one after another. Although it was not a matter of life and death, most of the battles were peaceful and no lives were lost. Until the 11th battle, when Flowing Star Sword of Celestial Elephant Palace fought against Feng Wanyun of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Feng Wanyun was directly split into 2 halves. Only then did the battle become bloody and cruel. Feng Wanyun was a 9th star supremacy. His strength was worlds apart from Flowing Star Swords. When the battle began, he did not even have time to admit defeat before he was killed by Flowing Star Sword. This undoubtedly provoked the hatred between Celestial Elephant Palace and the Big Dipper Sword sect. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect were all furious. Even Yixing, an outsider, was furious when he saw this. He wanted to kill Flowing Star Sword. On the black flying ship, the three divine messengers saw this and immediately changed the battle list. They separated the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace and the Big Dipper Sword sect to prevent them from fighting each other. Yixing fought in the 27th battle. His opponent was an 8th star supremacy of the Moon-Severing sect. Naturally, he was easily defeated. The number of battles in the first round was the most. It lasted for nearly 2 hours. 35 people were eliminated. The remaining 35 people continued to fight in the second round. 35 people would fight in pairs. One person would get a bye. This bye naturally fell on the 2-star king Feng Cangtian, who had the highest cultivation base. Yixing's opponent in the second round was a 9th star supremacy of the Golden Lion sect. He also won easily. An hour later, the second round ended. In these 2 rounds, no 9th star supremacy with extremely strong battle strength was eliminated. The 10 people who were accepted as disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were among the remaining 18 people. Of the remaining 18 people, 7 were kings, 10 were 9th star supremacy, and 1 was an 8th star supremacy. To be able to win 2 rounds in a row, the weakest of them was a peak half-step king. The third round was the most anticipated battle. The winner would definitely be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. According to past practice, the 3 divine envoys would continue to avoid the strongest cultivators from the 7 sects and arrange them to fight in different stages of the competition. However, this time was an exception. Zhong Litao placed Yixing, who was the strongest of the Big Dipper Sword sect, and Jin Guangsheng, who was the strongest of the Golden Lion sect. Senior brother Zhong. Fan Wengang was surprised when he saw this. Zhong Litao raised his hand and stopped Fan Wengang. He said, "This is me giving face to Star Silver Death. Yixing lost, so he can deal with it. If Yixing's battle strength is really strong and can defeat kings, this god will naturally not let Star Silver Death touch him." Catch up on yesterday's first update. Something delayed me yesterday. Sorry. Chapter 746. First match of the third round, Jin Guangsheng vs Yixing. Zhong Litao's voice soon came from the black flying ship. Feng Hanqiu, Vast Sky Emperor, and the rest of the Big Dipper Sword sect's upper echelons were surprised. They had clearly marked Yixing as the strongest on the list. According to convention, he shouldn't meet a King Realm expert in this round. This was because every sect could only send 1 King Realm disciple. As a 1-star king, Jin Guangsheng was also the strongest on the Golden Lion sect's list. Feng Hanqiu glanced at the 3 divine envoys on the black flying ship and immediately understood that the divine envoys had given Star Silver Death, a second Nirvana quasi-god, face. In Xingxiang Palace, Xingyin Death smiled when he heard this. If he had a choice, killing Yixing in the competition was definitely not the best result. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death had many ways to deal with Yixing. He was very sure that Yixing would regret being born in this world if he fell into his hands. Xing Qingji, Wanxiang Emperor, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Star Elephant Palace were all smiling. They were in a good mood. Even though Yixing had killed the 1-star king, Yixing didn't think that he would be a match for Jin Guangsheng. Jin Guangsheng was at the late stage of the first level of the Astral Sea Realm, while the Star King was an ordinary 1-star king. The two weren't even on the same level. Although the Big Dipper Sword sect's martial artists were surprised, they weren't worried. Yixing was confident in getting first place, so he was at least a 2-star king. Jin Guangsheng wouldn't be able to stop him. Yixing walked out from the Big Dipper Sword sect's team and arrived at the independent space in the center of the stage. A tall man with a head full of golden hair quickly appeared in front of Yixing. It was the King Realm disciple of the Golden Lion sect, Jin Guangsheng. The news that the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley wanted Yixing was heard by the other strongest forces in the Starry Crescent Land. However, only a few people knew that Yi Xing had killed the Star King. The star-plucking king was only an ordinary one-star king. His death was a big deal in the Yuezhou, but compared to the entire Starry Crescent land, it was not that big of a deal. Besides the Star Elephant Palace, the Dark Eam Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley, even the Big Dipper Sword sect did not know that Yi Xing had killed the star-plucking king. Jin Guangsheng obviously didn't know. Jin Guangsheng looked arrogant as he looked down at Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, I've heard of your name. You're wanted by the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. If you can't become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, your fate will be miserable. However, this doesn't mean that I will go easy on you. I also want to become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Therefore, you will be eliminated in this battle." Yi Xing looked at Jin Guangsheng indifferently and said, "I don't need you to go easy on me." Jin Guangsheng didn't understand the meaning behind Yi Xing's words. He nodded and said, "You have a backbone. It seems like you won't admit defeat directly. Very well. I'll beat you until you admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Guangsheng's golden hair fluttered and a terrifying aura burst out. He looked like a ferocious lion going berserk. "You'll be defeated." Jin Guangsheng shouted and punched at Yi Xing. Behind Jin Guangsheng, a gigantic golden lion appeared. As the fist blasted out, the image of the golden lion instantly condensed into the fist aura. Bang! The golden fist was like an enraged lion, rushing towards Yi Xing wherever it passed. The void shattered and waves of energy rolled out. Facing Jin Guangsheng's terrifying attack, Yi Xing's expression remained unchanged as he took out the profound crow bow. Darkness energy gushed out from the profound crow bow, forming a huge black vortex in the air. As soon as the black vortex appeared, it swallowed the golden lion fist aura. The golden lion fist aura was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yi Xing's unity of man and bow had reached the 3rd level. His strength was much stronger than when he killed the star-plucking king. The power of the profound crow bow in his hand had multiplied. The spectating cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xing to have such strength using a bow as a weapon. It was clear that his unity of man and weapon had reached a very high level. Moreover, the surging darkness energy proved that Yi Xing's comprehension of the darkness force was extremely high. Low-level kings could still see that the man-weapon unification was at the 3rd level. However, only emperors and above could sense the darkness aura's realm. Yi Xing was only a 9th-star venerable lord, but his darkness force was only a step away from perfection. This shocked many emperors. Bang 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 bang, Jin Guangsheng punched out again and again, each punch faster than the last, each punch stronger than the last. However, Yi Xing held the profound crow bow and didn't move half a step. With a light stroke, all of Jin Guangsheng's golden lion fists were dissolved by the black vortex. How was this possible? Jin Guangsheng was shocked. He couldn't believe that a 9th-star venerable lord wielding a mid-grade profound bow could have such strength. In the blink of an eye, Jin Guangsheng punched a dozen times. After being dissolved by Yi Xing, he decisively used his astrology. Wuxie ray of starlight soared into the sky, turning into a golden star. It was an extreme metal element astrology. Golden starlight fell, causing Jin Guangsheng's strength to soar. His entire body was blooming with golden light, revealing a terrifying aura. Whoosh! Yi Xing also used his astrology. A fiery star floated in the sky. It was also an extreme astrology, but its power was even greater than Jin Guangsheng's metal element astrology. Golden lion possession, fist shaking the 9 heavens. Jin Guangsheng roared. The clothes on his upper body were torn to pieces, revealing his powerful body. He formed a hand seal and golden lion phantoms appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, these golden lion phantoms shrunk and imprinted themselves on Jin Guangsheng's body. The small golden lion imprints were vivid and lifelike, containing a terrifying power. Lose for me. Jin Guangsheng strode forward. Like a flash of golden light, he appeared in front of Yixing in an instant. His fist was blooming with golden light as it smashed towards Yixing. Wherever the fist passed, the void collapsed. Although there was no astral energy, the fist force was restrained. Once it landed on the target, it would explode with even more terrifying power. Yixing held the black crow bow in his hand. The darkness element energy had already dispersed, and in its place was surging fire element energy. The grand perfection of fire element energy circulated. Combined with the extreme fire star, the fire element energy was like a sea of fire, containing an earth-shattering power. Facing Jin Guangxing's fist, Yixing swung the black crow bow horizontally. The fire star energy exploded like a long whip. Boom! The fist collided with the fire star energy, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying aura rushed out in all directions in an instant. Yixing did not even take half a step back, but Jin Guangxing's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat again and again. Yixing took a step forward, and the black crow bow once again exploded with a terrifying fire aura, smashing towards Jin Guangxing. Boom boom boom! In the blink of an eye, Yixing attacked several times in succession. Jin Guangxing vomited blood and was sent flying. Make up for yesterday's second update. Continue to ask for votes. Chapter 747. Hiss! Some of the younger martial artists couldn't help but gasp. Jin Guangxing was tall and strong, and his aura was overwhelming. As a king, he was actually sent flying by a 9-star venerable lord. This scene was hard to believe. The formidable martial artists above the king-ranked martial artists were shocked as well. Yixing's powers were beyond their expectations. The elders of the Big Dipper Sword sect also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had guessed from Yixing's words that Yixing was a 2-star king, seeing was believing. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they felt more at ease. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai looked at Yixing and nodded. Obviously, they were very satisfied with Yixing's strength. In the Astral Elephant Palace team, Starsilver Death's face was gloomy and unhappy. His plan to slowly torture Yixing had failed. Unless Starstream Sword killed Yixing in the competition, he wouldn't be able to stop Yixing from going to the Dark Star Divine Palace. Starsilver Death looked at Starstream Sword again, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. In the middle of the arena, in the independent space, Jin Guangxing flew a few miles before falling to the ground. Yixing didn't chase after him. If Jin Guangxing was smart enough, he would admit defeat. I admit defeat. Jin Guangxing stood up and immediately admitted defeat. Thank you for letting me win, Yixing said as he returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect team. After winning this battle, at least he was confirmed to be a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. In a high-class continent, in a 5-star sect, Yixing was looking forward to the rest of his journey. What he was looking forward to even more was the hope of returning to the Star Continent when he reached the Dark Star Divine Palace. Meng Tai, you probably didn't expect that I would return one day. When I return to the Star Continent, the Great Yuan dynasty will be turned upside down, Yixing thought to himself. In the third round of battles, Jin Guangxing was the only king who was defeated. The other 6 kings' opponents were all 9-star venerable lords, and they all won, becoming one of the top 9. As for the other 2 in the top 9, one was Feng Xiaoxiao, who had defeated a 9-star Paragon Lord opponent. The other was Xing Liui, a disciple of Celestial Elephant Palace. Although he was a 9-star Paragon Lord, he had the strength to contend against a king. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples' recruitment was the top 9 Golden Lions. Of course, the worst was the Golden Lion sect. None of the top 9 disciples were from the Golden Lion sect. However, among the eliminated cultivators, only Jin Guangxing was a King Realm cultivator. The last place in the top 10 was Jin Guangxing. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai quickly confirmed the list of participants. Zhong Litao said, the top 9 have been decided. The next battles will be divided into 3 groups. The first in each group will fight for the top 3. Group 1, Feng Cangtian, Zhao Yanling, Xing Liuyi. Group 2, Flowing Star Sword, Qiu Yan, Feng Xiaoxiao. Group 3, Peng Zhu, Xian Chuyue, Yi Xing, Zhong Litao. First went through the names of the 3 groups of the top 9. This arrangement made Star Silver Death and the other experts of Celestial Elephant Palace unhappy. This was because Yi Xing, Flowing Star Sword, and Feng Cangtian were not in the same group. Yi Xing was in the same group as Xian Chuyue, a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. However, Yi Xing had defeated Jin Guangsheng. Xian Chuyue was only a mid-stage first-level Astral Sea Realm martial artist. She couldn't fight above her level, so she wasn't a match for Yi Xing. However, Zhong Litao and the other 2 naturally had their reasons for making such arrangements. They were divided into 3 groups. The winners would be in the top 3. Of course, the strongest 3 would be divided into 3 different groups. Feng Cangtian was a 2-star king and was undoubtedly one of the strongest 3. Flowing Star Sword had the ability to fight above his level, so he was also one of the strongest 3. The remaining top 3 would be between Yi Xing and Peng Zhu. Zhong Litao and the other 2 were quasi-gods. How could they not see that Peng Zhu's cultivation had reached the limit of the first-level Astral Sea Realm? He was only 1 step away from becoming a 2-star king. His strength was definitely at the top of the 1-star kings. Yi Xing's performance in defeating Jin Guangsheng was enough to compete with Peng Zhu. Therefore, Yi Xing and Peng Zhu were in the same group. Whoever won would be in the top 3. After Zhong Litao arranged the groups, he continued, Group 1, Feng Cangtian vs Zhao Yanling. Little Tsang, kill her if you have the chance. Quasi-god Feng Xiaoyuan transmitted a message to Feng Cangtian. Originally, the relationship between Demon Sealing Valley and Big Dipper Sword Sect was already bad enough because of what happened in the extraterritorial Star Continent. Now, because of Yi Xing, the 2 sects were even more hostile. Now that Demon Sealing Valley's strength had increased greatly and Star Elephant Palace had a 2 Nirvana quasi-god, the 2 sects even had thoughts of annihilating Big Dipper Sword Sect. As for the Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples, they would naturally kill them if they had the chance. They did not care about Big Dipper Sword Sect's opinion at all. Yanling, admit defeat early. Don't force yourself. Emperor Vast Sky also transmitted a message to Zhao Yanling in the Big Dipper Sword Sect's group. This battle naturally ended with Zhao Yanling admitting defeat. Zhao Yanling's cultivation was 1 level lower than Feng Cangtian's. Moreover, she was a woman. There was nothing embarrassing about admitting defeat. Since she had admitted defeat the moment she entered the arena, Feng Cangtian had no chance to kill her. After the battle ended, Zhong Litao quickly announced the second battle, Group 1, Zhao Yanling vs Xing Liuyi. Yanling, kill him if you have the chance. Almost all of the Big Dipper Sword Sect's elders transmitted a message to Zhao Yanling. Star Elephant Palace's Flowing Star Sword had killed Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciple, Feng Wanyun. In the subsequent battles, the 3 divine envoys had deliberately avoided the battles between Star Elephant Palace and Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples. It was only now that they had the chance to take revenge. Unfortunately, Xing Liuyi was very slippery. He had also admitted defeat the moment he entered the arena, giving Zhao Yanling no chance to kill him. The third battle of the first group was naturally between Feng Cangtian and Xing Liuyi. A 2-star king versus a 9-star reverend. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon, the first candidate of the first group was determined. Feng Cangtian was the first to enter the top 3. Group 2, Star Elephant Sword vs Qiu Yan. Zhong Litao's voice rang out. The second battle of the second group immediately began. Both of them were 1-star kings. After entering the arena, neither of them admitted defeat immediately. Qiu Yan was a disciple of the Moon Severing Sect. She looked at Star Elephant Sword and said, Star Elephant Sword, I heard that you can fight beyond your level. It is hard to find a match among the 2-star kings. However, seeing is believing. I will not admit defeat directly. As she spoke, Qiu Yan took out a long whip. Whoosh, her astrology was activated. It was the extreme water astrology. Star Elephant Sword's face was arrogant. He said indifferently, if you don't admit defeat, I will defeat you with one strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Star Elephant Sword raised his hand. The sword on his back was instantly unsheathed and appeared in his hand. Meteor flash. Star Elephant Sword shouted coldly. In an instant, he became one with his sword and stabbed towards Qiu Yan. Like a meteor flashing across the sky, he stabbed towards Qiu Yan in an instant. Chapter 748. It was so fast. Qiu Yan's pupils constricted and her heart skipped a beat. The sword was so fast that it almost exceeded her reaction time. She wanted to dodge and block it, but it was too late. The great danger caused Qiu Yan to circulate her astral energy to the limit. She waved her hand and a ring on her wrist flew out and attacked the sword energy. At the same time, Qiu Yan retreated quickly and dodged to the side. Not only was Flowing Star Sword's sword fast, but it was also very agile. When the ring was thrown out, the sword energy shook and went around the ring in an instant. Puff, Qiu Yan's retreating body was unable to dodge the sword. Her outer clothes were torn and she was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat. While Qiu Yan was flying backward, she saw another sword light coming at her from the front. She quickly shouted. Whoosh, the sword light disappeared instantly. Flowing Star Sword stopped and stood in the void. The pride on his face was obvious. He indeed had the right to be proud. That sword made the hearts of most of the younger martial artists tremble. So powerful. Flowing Star Sword had defeated Qiu Yan without using his astrology. If he had used his astrology, his strength would have been even more terrifying. Among the younger martial artists, even Feng Tsangtian, who was a 2-star king, was very wary of Flowing Star Sword. The second group, Flowing Star Sword vs Feng Xiaoxiao. Zhong Litao quickly announced the next battle. Qiu Yan left the independent space in the center of the arena. Flowing Star Sword did not move. He looked at the Big Dipper sword sect and licked his lips. His eyes were bloodthirsty. The elders of the Big Dipper sword sect naturally told Feng Xiaoxiao to prioritize her safety. Feng Xiaoxiao entered the arena. Flowing Star Sword was not in a hurry to attack. He said, Feng Xiaoxiao, everyone says that you are the most monstrous genius in the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. I don't believe that. Do you have the guts to fight me to the death? Feng Xiaoxiao laughed and said, Flowing Star Sword, is there something wrong with your head? I am only an 8-star Reverend Lord, but you are already a Star Sea Realm King. You have the nerve to say that you want to fight me to the death? Flowing Star Sword sneered and said, aren't you the #1 genius who can easily fight those who are a few levels higher? What are you afraid of now? I'm only going to ask you one question, do you dare or not? Feng Xiaoxiao was not stupid enough to be provoked by the Flowing Star Sword. He replied bluntly, I wouldn't dare. I'll admit defeat right now. Stellar Sword snorted coldly. He had wanted to trick Feng Xiaoxiao into fighting him to the death so that he could take the opportunity to kill Feng Xiaoxiao and eliminate a future threat. He never expected that Feng Xiaoxiao would not give him the chance to do so. In the second group, Qiu Yan and Feng Xiaoxiao had both lost to Flowing Star Sword. Naturally, the first place in the group was confirmed. Flowing Star Sword had entered the top 3. However, the battle between Qiu Yan and Feng Xiaoxiao still had to go on. Different rankings would give different rewards. 4th, 5th, and 6th place would receive different rewards from 7th to 10th place. The second place in the group would go to 4th, 5th, and 6th place. The third place in the group would go to 7th to 9th place. The specific rankings after the top 3 would not be decided through the competition, but the rankings of the different rewards would still be determined. Very soon, the third battle of the second group began. Feng Xiaoxiao fought against a one-star king, Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan had only suffered some light injuries. She had already recovered after using a healing mystic pill. Her battle strength was not affected at all. However, even though Feng Xiaoxiao was only an 8-star supremacy, he was still very powerful. His sword techniques were not as fast as flowing star swords, but they had the advantage of being ever-changing. In less than 20 moves, Qiu Yan was defeated by Feng Xiaoxiao's sword. On the black flying ship, the eyes of Zhong Litao and the other two lit up. Feng Xiaoxiao was already so powerful when he was only an 8-star supremacy. This kind of battle strength was rare even among the genius disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Moreover, Feng Xiaoxiao's destiny was a 2-star blue destiny. He would definitely become someone great in the future. It was very difficult for a 9-star blue destiny to undergo the nirvana tribulation to become a quasi-god. It required a lot of luck. On the other hand, it was much easier for a blue-star blue destiny to undergo the nirvana tribulation. Therefore, it was rare for a 9-star blue destiny to become a quasi-god. However, it was more common for a blue-star blue destiny to be one level higher than the blue destiny. For example, there were many 2-star blue destiny quasi-gods, and many 3-star blue destiny quasi-gods were 2-star blue destiny quasi-gods. This meant that after 1 or 200 years, Feng Xiaoxiao would at least be able to grow to the same level as Zhong Litao. If she was lucky enough, she might even become a 3rd nirvana quasi-god. If she was lucky enough, she might even become a 4th nirvana quasi-god. Zhong Litao and the other two naturally had a whole new level of respect for Feng Xiaoxiao. As for Yi Xing, he was a 9-star blue destiny quasi-lord. It was not bad for a 9-star supremacy to defeat a 1-star king. However, Zhong Litao and the other two only paid a little attention to him. After the first and second group's battles were over, only the third group was left. The third group, Yi Xing vs Xian Chuyue, Zhong Litao quickly ordered. This was a battle without any suspense. Xian Chuyue's strength was inferior to Jin Guangsheng's. Yi Xing defeated her without using his astrology. The third group, Yi Xing vs Peng Zhu. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Hanqiu looked at the quasi-god of the Giant Spirit sect, Lu Zhenghong, and said proudly, "Big Baldy, you should take out your supreme-grade mystic weapon first and prepare early." Ha! Lu Zhenghong's face was a little unhappy. He had calculated that none of the younger disciples in the Big Dipper Sword sect could compare to Peng Zhu. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would be so strong? Jin Guangsheng's strength was one of the strongest among 1-star kings. For Yi Xing to be able to defeat Jin Guangsheng, his strength was at least at the peak of 1-star kings. He wasn't any weaker than Peng Zhu. In this way, the situation became uncertain. Of course, Lu Zhenghong wasn't happy. However, Lu Zhenghong didn't agree with Feng Hanqiu's claim that Yi Xing would win. Although he felt that the situation had been broken, Peng Zhu wasn't bound to lose. In his opinion, Peng Zhu still had a 50% chance of winning. At this moment, Feng Hanqiu was feeling proud. Lu Zhenghong naturally wouldn't let him down. He said, "Old ghost, I think you should take out your supreme-grade mystic weapon first. After all, Yi Xing is only a 9th-star venerable lord. Even if he can contend against Peng Zhu, he won't be able to last long. Therefore, you will lose." Feng Hanqiu was full of confidence. Just wait and see. While the two quasi-gods were talking, Yi Xing and Peng Zhu arrived at the center of the arena. Peng Zhu was 2 meters tall with inch-long hair. He was wearing a tight chainmail. His arms were bare, and his explosive muscles were fully displayed. The Giant Spirit sect was a sect that focused on cultivating the physical body. Peng Zhu clearly had a very high physique and talent, which was why he could stand out among the disciples of the Giant Spirit sect. Monthly votes, any more? Chapter 749. Peng Zhu stood there like an iron tower. His aura was vigorous, but there was a heavy feeling. It was as if there was an invisible pressure falling from the sky, making people feel depressed. Compared to Peng Ju's figure, Yixing was much slimmer, but his aura was not inferior. His figure was like a sharp sword, revealing a terrifying sharpness and penetrating aura. Peng Ju's thick and heavy invisible aura was not affected in the slightest in front of Yixing's sharp aura. That invisible pressure, as long as it was within 100 feet of Yixing, was shattered by the sharp aura without a trace. You are indeed strong. Peng Ju carefully looked at Yixing for a while, and slowly said, but I'm not weak either. In this battle, I must defeat you and get into the top 3. Peng Ju's tone changed, revealing confidence and determination. Yixing only smiled faintly. The dark crow bow appeared in his hand, and he said, make your move. Swoosh! As his voice fell, a starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing used the fire star aspect. Although Peng Ju was confident, he did not dare to underestimate Yixing. He also immediately used his earth star aspect. Yellow star power fell, covering Peng Ju with a layer of light. His aura also rose, and his strength multiplied. Peng Ju clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulging like dragons, full of explosive power. Multiple Mountain God Fist. Peng Ju shouted, and with a step, the earth shook. Peng Ju's body rushed forward like a cannonball, and his fist blasted towards Yixing. Layers of air waves broke apart, and a huge fist, from several miles away, instantly arrived in front of Yixing. Before the fist arrived, the wind was already blowing. Just the strength of the fist made Yixing feel like a mountain was crashing towards him. 9 Heavens Astral Wander Technique. Yixing used the grand momentum of wind, and his body seemed to be roaming the 9 heavens. His speed was like light and shadow, and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth shook. Peng Ju's fist missed, hitting empty air. Bang! Peng Ju stomped his feet on the ground, and a shockwave spread out from under his feet. His figure leaped up 10 miles, and immediately caught up with Yixing's figure. Then, he threw out another powerful punch. While Yixing was dodging, he had already pulled open the black profound bow. Suddenly, the bowstring shot out. Whoosh! A ripple of starlight burst out and spread forward in a fan shape. There was a faint layer of flame on the starlight ripple. Not only was it incomparably sharp, its power was also very terrifying. In less than half a blink of an eye, the starlight ripple and Peng Ju's fist fiercely collided. Peng Ju's body was protected by the earth star power. His fist was not only powerful in attack, but also in defense. He didn't pay much attention to the starlight ripples that Yixing suddenly shot out. He thought that his powerful fist was enough to shatter it. However, when the starlight ripples collided with the fist force, Peng Jusai was shocked. He saw that the fist force that was like a collapsing mountain was actually cut open by the starlight ripples. It was as if a divine weapon had cut open steel, and it made a sharp sound. The starlight ripples broke through the fist force and rushed to the front of Peng Ju. It directly collided with Peng Ju's fist before it was blocked by Peng Ju. Peng Ju was wearing a black level upper grade glove. Although the starlight ripples were sharp, they couldn't cut open a black level upper grade weapon. However, while a black level upper grade weapon could block the sharpness of the starlight ripples, it couldn't be dissolved by the terrifying power. It could only rely on one's own strength to withstand it. The power contained in the starlight ripples rushed up one after another. Peng Ju's fist broke through more than 10 layers of power. Then, the momentum stopped. The power of the starlight ripples lasted for a long time. The terrifying power continued to rush forward, and Peng Ju's body was pushed back instead of moving forward. When the power of the starlight ripples was exhausted, Peng Ju's body was pushed back by more than 1,000 meters. Although he wasn't injured, Peng Ju was shocked. The power of Yixing's archery was far beyond his expectations. Just a starlight ripple that was shot out in a hurry was already so powerful. If a complete arrow was shot out, how powerful would it be? Before Peng Ju could figure it out, he immediately faced Yi Xing's complete arrow attack. When Peng Ju was pushed back by the starlight ripples, Yi Xing drew his bow again. At the same time, his body flashed to the back. In the blink of an eye, he appeared more than 10 miles away. When Peng Ju completely blocked the starlight ripples, in the distance, Yi Xing had already drawn the black profound bow into a full moon. A burning starlight arrow was condensed and formed. Peng Ju could feel the terrifying power in the starlight arrow. He knew that if he waited for the arrow to be shot over, he wouldn't be able to block it and would lose this battle. I can't let him shoot this arrow. Peng Ju shouted in his heart. The astral energy in his body was circulated to the limit, and his aura surged. Whoosh! Peng Ju's feet touched the ground. His body was like an arrow that left the bow, rushing towards Yi Xing. He wanted to shatter this arrow in Yi Xing's hands. His figure moved and his fist punched out. The terrifying fist force caused the void in front of him to cave in, forming a fist shadow that was visible to the naked eye. It was like a small mountain that instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. Facing this terrifying fist, Yi Xing's lips curled up. The starlight arrow on the black profound bow had already left the bowstring. The arrow carried with it a terrifying flame and revealed an extremely hot aura. Because of the heat, even the air was exploding. Compared to the starlight ripples, the power of this arrow was more than 10 times greater. As the starlight arrow left the bowstring, it collided with the giant fist shadow formed by the fist force. The fist shadow was like a balloon that was pierced by the starlight arrow and shattered into pieces. The starlight arrow shot forward without slowing down. In less than half a blink of an eye, it collided with Peng Ju's fist. Bang! A blast of air instantly exploded in all directions, making a loud noise that shook the heavens and earth. In the midst of the explosion, Peng Ju's expression instantly turned into horror. He felt the power of the starlight arrow in front of his fist strike like a heavy hammer. In an instant, it had penetrated the black weapon glove. With his inner eye, he could see a layer of fluctuation rushing through Peng Ju's arm. In an instant, the skin and flesh on Peng Ju's arm ruptured and blood flowed out. When the layer of fluctuation rushed to Peng Ju's shoulder, Peng Ju let out a miserable groan. He completely lost his resistance and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. He had already vomited blood in the air. Although the starlight arrow did not penetrate the upper-grade black weapon glove, it hit the glove tightly. Peng Ju's body was pushed back dozens of miles before its power was exhausted and it disappeared. The spectating ancient martial art practitioners looked at Peng Ju's figure that was pushed back. They were all shocked. Some of the younger ancient martial art practitioners were even dumbfounded. The power of Yi Xing's arrow was actually so powerful that it exceeded the expectations of the ancient martial art practitioners. It was unbelievable. I admit defeat. Peng Ju fell to the ground and quickly admitted defeat. He did not dare to receive such an arrow a second time. Chapter 750. The entire arena was silent. Even though the Big Dipper Sword Sect martial artists had expected Yi Xing to win, they didn't think that Yi Xing would win so cleanly. The power of that arrow was too shocking. Even the 3 divine messengers in the black flying ship had changed their opinion of Yi Xing previously. The 3 divine messengers had only paid some attention to Yi Xing. Now, Yi Xing was like Feng Xiaoxiao in their eyes. They had a whole new level of respect for him. From Yi Xing's stunning arrow, they could tell that Yi Xing's strength had far surpassed that of a 1-star king. He had reached the level of a 2-star king. Moreover, even among 2-star kings, Yi Xing's strength was considered high. Peng Ju's strength was already at the peak of a 1-star king's. An ordinary 2-star king wouldn't be able to beat Peng Ju to such a sorry state in a head-on battle. Although Yi Xing had impressed the 3 divine messengers, in terms of importance, he wasn't as important as Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao had defeated a 1-star king when she was an 8-star supremacy. Unless Yi Xing could defeat a 2-star king, the 3 divine messengers would think that he was on the same level as Feng Xiaoxiao. In the third group, Yi Xing won 2 matches in a row. He was first in the group and entered the top 3. At this point, the top 3 had been decided. The first group was Feng Cangtian, the second group was Flowing Star Sword, and the third group was Yixing. The rewards for the top 3 were 1 grade, while the second and third grades were another. Who would take first place would depend on the following matches. However, in the eyes of most martial artists, the first place belonged to Flowing Star Sword. After all, Flowing Star Sword had defeated a 2-star king more than once. His strength was at the peak of the 2-star king level. In the eyes of the martial artists, Yixing's strength wasn't low among the 2-star kings. He should be able to compete with Feng Cangtian, but he was still lacking compared to Flowing Star Sword. Big Baldy, how do you feel now? Hand over the supreme grade mystic weapon, ha. When Yixing returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sex group, Feng Hanqiu looked at the Great Spirit Sex Lu Zhenghong and laughed. It was obvious that Feng Hanqiu was very happy. Although Lu Zhenghong was displeased, he wasn't angry. He took out a pair of supreme grade profound weapon gloves and threw them at Feng Hanqiu. Then, Lu Zhenghong glanced at Yixing and sighed. Old geezer, your Big Dipper Sword sect is really lucky to have picked up such a treasure. Why doesn't my Great Spirit sect have the same luck? Sigh. God really doesn't have eyes. Feng Hanqiu took the gloves and chuckled at Lu Zhenghong. Then, he threw the gloves to Yixing and said, Yixing, these gloves are yours. Yixing accepted it and said, how can I accept this? Feng Hanqiu waved his hand and said, if you enter the top 3, our sect will get more than 1 supreme grade mystic weapon as a reward. If you can get first place, we will only give you 1 supreme grade mystic weapon. Don't decline. Yixing thought about it and agreed. He put away the gloves and nodded at Feng Hanqiu. He was determined to get first place for the Big Dipper Sword sect. At this time, the other quasi-god of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Junyue, asked, Yixing, I see that you are using a middle grade mystic weapon. It seems that you don't have a supreme grade mystic bow. Yixing nodded. No. Feng Junyue raised his hand and a crimson bow appeared in his hand. He said, this bow is called Crimson Flame. It is a supreme grade mystic weapon with the fire attribute. It is very compatible with you. If I give it to you, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. It will increase your chances of getting first place. As he spoke, Feng Junyue handed the Crimson Flame bow to Yixing. Although the value of the Crimson Flame bow wasn't comparable to the pair of supreme grade profound gloves, Yixing clearly liked the Crimson Flame bow more. A supreme grade mystic weapon was too high-end for Yixing. It used up a lot of astral energy. Moreover, Yixing specialized in archery. His main weapon was the bow. Only the bow could increase his strength the most. If the Black Crow bow in his hand was replaced with the Crimson Flame bow, Yixing's strength would increase by a small level. It would be more secure for him to get first place. Thank you, Senior, for the bow. Yixing thanked Feng Junyue. As for getting first place, Yixing did not say anything. He would let the truth speak for itself later. Feng Junyue nodded with anticipation in his eyes. He said, quickly refine it. You will be able to use it in the next battle. Not long after a short treatment, Peng Zhu and Xian Chuyue started the third battle of the third group. The result was naturally Peng Zhu's victory. He was ranked second, and the sect would be able to get 4th to 6th place rewards. Feng Junyue had already erased his spiritual imprint in the Crimson Flame bow, so it was easy for Yixing to refine it. When the battle between Peng Zhu and Xian Chuyue ended, Yixing had already refined the Crimson Flame bow and made it his personal weapon. Until now, only the first place was left in this competition. Although most of the martial artists thought that Flowing Star Sword would get first place, they were still looking forward to the following battles. Fighting above one's level would always attract the interest of all the martial artists. The harder it was to fight above one's level, the more interested the martial artists would be. Yixing was only a 9-star supremacy. In the following battles, he would be fighting against 2 2-star kings. It was rare to see a battle above one's level in the Starry Crescent land in tens of thousands of years. It was a great fortune to be able to witness such a battle. The martial artists were naturally very interested in the battle between Yixing, Feng Cangtian, and Flowing Star's sword. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao had already arranged the order of the top three. He said, "The next battle will determine the first place. The first battle will be between Feng Cangtian and Yixing." Many of the martial artists were excited. The first battle was between a 9-star supremacy and a 2-star king. Such a battle was very exciting. "Little Tsang, do your best to kill Yixing." Feng Shaoyuan, a quasi-god from Demon Ceiling Valley, sent a voice transmission to Feng Cangtian and gave the order. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Shaoxiao was already a big problem. Now, there was another Yixing. If both of them were to grow, the Big Dipper Sword sect would immediately turn the tables and surpass Demon Ceiling Valley and even Star Elephant Palace. They would become the top force in the Starry Crescent land. Now that Demon Ceiling Valley and the Big Dipper Sword sect were enemies, Feng Shaoyuan naturally did not want the Big Dipper Sword sect to turn the tables. Some of the future threats should be eliminated as soon as possible. Yixing and Feng Cangtian entered the independent space in the middle of the arena at the same time. Whoosh! Once Feng Cangtian entered the arena, he used his astrology. It was an extreme water-type astrology. When the astrology appeared, Feng Cangtian shouted, "Demon Ceiling Print." Feng Cangtian's hands changed and he pushed towards Yixing. In an instant, a huge word seal appeared and pressed down on Yixing, "Explode at 6 tomorrow. There is still one more day to double the monthly votes. Do you have any more monthly votes?" Chapter 751. This word seal was very complicated and it was not written in the current era. It should be an ancient language. In a battle, attacks from weapons such as swords, sabers, fists and arrows were more common. It was rare to see someone using a word seal to attack. However, Yixing had seen the skills of the Demon Ceiling Valley's disciples in the extraterritorial Star Land. He had also fought with the Demon Ceiling Valley's disciples. Hence, he was familiar with the word seal. Yixing could feel the terrifying power contained in the word seal. This power was not sharp and did not have a strong attacking power. However, it had a strong restraining power. Once it landed on the body, it would be like an invisible shackle that would bind the person and greatly weaken the target's power. The high-grade dark bow, red flame bow, instantly appeared in his hands. Swoosh! Starlight shot up to the sky and Yixing immediately used the flame astral form. He pulled the bowstring and there was a loud sound. A red starlight ripple shot out and before the huge word seal could land, it was cut in half by the starlight ripple. It lost all its power and disappeared without a trace. What a strong power! A high-grade dark bow is indeed extraordinary. Yixing was overjoyed. Yixing's senses were very sensitive and he knew that the word seal was powerful. If he had used the dark bow, he might not have been able to break the word seal easily with just the starlight ripple. However, when he used the red flame bow, the starlight ripple easily cut the word seal into half. The red flame bow was made from fire-based materials and it was very compatible with Yixing's flame astral form and fire force. When he used it, it was naturally powerful. Shock filled Feng Cangtian's face. Evidently, he had not expected his demon seal to be broken so easily. He had attacked as soon as he entered the arena. His goal was to attack quickly and not let Yixing have a chance to shoot. He wanted to kill Yixing quickly. With the speed of the word seal, Yixing did not have time to shoot an arrow. However, when he pulled the bowstring and shot out a starlight ripple, it was extremely fast. In Feng Cangtian's estimation, Yixing's starlight ripples wouldn't be able to break through his demon sealing rune. Now that he had miscalculated, his quick attack naturally lost its effect. He was very frustrated. "Demon Sealing 3 Mountain Seal!" shouted Feng Cangtian. His hand seals were constantly changing and in an instant, 3 ancient characters appeared in the air. These three ancient character seals were exactly the same. Although Yixing didn't know this ancient character, he could still recognize that these three characters were all mountain characters. This was because the characters were like mountains. Moreover, each character seal had an illusory image of a mountain peak, which matched perfectly with the character seals. The three mountain characters were like three huge mountains falling down, forming a character that pressed down on Yixing. Yixing could feel how heavy these three mountains were. If he were to be pressed down by them, he would not be able to move for even one breath of time. And in a battle between king-level warriors, one breath of time was enough to determine the winner, or even life and death. Bang! 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 Yixing exploded with a terrifying flame aura. The crimson flame bow in his hand bloomed with crimson flames. As Yixing's figure moved, he continuously pulled the bowstring. 3 starlight ripples shot out in the blink of an eye. The 3 illusory mountain peaks were all sliced apart, and the 3 mountain characters were also cut in half. Feng Tsungtian's demon sealing rune was broken by Yixing once again. With the crimson flame bow in hand, Yixing dealt with Feng Tsungtian's attacks with ease. Demon sealing 5 elements seal. The aura within Feng Tsungtian's body surged as his hand seals changed, displaying an even more powerful demon sealing rune. The demon sealing 5 elements seal was already an extremely high-level secret technique of the demon sealing rune. It wasn't easy for a low-level king to use it. Feng Tsungtian was using it forcefully, determined to seal Yixing. The martial artists of the Demon Sealing Valley didn't have high battle strength, and their martial arts weren't outstanding. Only the Demon Sealing rune was feared. When they fought with their enemies, they would first use the Demon Sealing rune to seal their targets before killing them easily. The martial artists of the Demon Sealing Valley were basically able to seal martial artists of the same strength as them. Therefore, when martial artists of the same strength fought, the Demon Sealing Valley's martial artists would usually win. If they encountered an opponent that the Demon Sealing rune couldn't seal, then it was obvious that the opponent's strength was higher than theirs. Feng Tsungtian burned a portion of his astral energy to forcefully display the Demon Sealing 5 elements seal. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He didn't believe that Yixing could even break the Demon Sealing 5 elements seal. As long as Yixing was sealed by the Demon Sealing 5 elements seal, he would have enough time to kill Yixing. Facing the attack of the 5 ancient rune seals, Yixing's eyes narrowed. He could feel the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the 5 ancient rune seals. The power of the 5 elements combined was shocking. Wu Shixing used the 9 Heavens God's Wander technique and retreated quickly to increase the distance between them and buy time. At the same time, Yixing used the dark force and wind force. The crimson flame bow not only had fire energy gathered, but there was also a large amount of dark energy, causing the flames to turn black. The large amount of wind energy gathered helped the flames grow stronger, causing the black flames on the crimson flame bow to increase in power. Dark wind fire arrow technique. Yixing used the ultimate archery technique that he comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. With the crimson flame bow in his hands, the power of the crimson flame bow multiplied. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Yixing drew the bow 3 times in a row and 3 layers of black flame ripples shot out. The first layer of black flame ripples hit the 5 ancient rune seals, causing the 5 ancient rune seals to tremble and stop their attack. The second layer of black flame ripples continued to rush forward and the 5 ancient rune seals were instantly reduced to ashes. The third layer of black flame ripples rushed forward like a hot knife through butter, attacking Feng Tsungtian. Feng Tsungtian's expression changed and he shouted, "Suppress!" An ancient rune seal appeared and covered Feng Tsungtian's body. The Demon Sealing seal technique had both offensive and defensive runes. Feng Tsungtian's rune seal's defense was very strong. When the black flame ripples hit it, it only created a small ripple and Feng Tsungtian was unharmed. In the blink of an eye, the black flame ripples had exhausted its power and still could not break Feng Tsungtian's defense. However, Feng Tsungtian's heart suddenly tightened. In the distance, Yixing had already retreated dozens of miles away. He drew the crimson flame bow and condensed a flame arrow. Yixing dispersed the dark wind fire arrow technique and only used the power of the flames to perform this archery technique. Its power was equally shocking. Whoosh! The arrow left the bow instantly and shot out like a flash of light towards Feng Sangtian's throat. Shield! Feng Sangtian felt the terrifying power of the arrow and his heart trembled. He formed another seal and performed another defensive rune seal. Boom! The flaming arrow instantly hit the shield seal technique and made an explosive sound. Feng Sangtian felt a terrifying force rushing towards him and his body retreated a few steps. A large number of cracks appeared on the shield seal outside his body. There were only 4 hours left to double the votes. Today, there must be a 6th watch for you, please double the monthly votes. Chapter 752. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with 3 loud sounds, Yixing formed 3 flaming arrows at the same time and shot them at Feng Sangtian. The 3 flaming arrows formed a line and shot out dozens of miles in an instant, hitting the shield seal outside Feng Sangtian's body. The defense formed by the shield seal was instantly shattered. Following that, the defense of the suppress seal also cracked in an instant. Feng Sangtian felt the 3 forces rushing at him. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backward as if he had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, Yixing had already drawn the crimson flame bow and formed a flaming arrow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and shot toward Feng Sangtian. This arrow was aimed at Feng Sangtian's head and wanted to kill him in one shot. The martial artists from Demon Ceiling Valley were shocked. The 2 quasi-gods instantly released a terrifying aura and shouted angrily, "How dare you! I admit defeat." At the same time, Feng Sangtian also shouted, his voice filled with fear. Yixing did not care about the threat of the quasi-gods from Demon Ceiling Valley. However, since Feng Sangtian had admitted defeat, Yixing could not kill him just like that. With a thought, the flaming arrow that was as fast as lightning suddenly stopped in the void. At this moment, the flaming arrow was less than a meter away from Feng Sangtian's head. Feng Sangtian looked at the flaming arrow in front of him and his heart trembled with fear. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Feng Sangtian was afraid that Yixing would control the arrow and continue to shoot at him, so he shouted again. With a thought from Yixing, the flaming arrow instantly dissipated. Feng Sangtian finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he realized that he was already sweating profusely. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao and the other 2 divine messengers looked at Yixing with sparkling eyes. Yixing's position in their hearts had risen again. He was now on the same level as Feng Xiaoxiao. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao had both defeated kings who were 2 levels higher than them. Such combat strength would continue after they became kings. If they could become quasi-gods in the future, they might even be able to fight against kings who were 2 levels higher than them. Their strength would be shocking. At that time, Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao might be even stronger than Zhong Litao and the other 2 divine messengers. Of course, they would view Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao in a new light. Zhong Litao said, the first battle is won by Yixing. After 15 minutes of rest, he will fight the second battle with Flowing Star Sword. Because the rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places were the same, there was no need to separate them. As long as the 1st place was determined, the winner of the 2nd battle would be the 1st. When Yixing returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's group, the Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples were all overjoyed. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's results in the Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment had been poor for many years. Now that Yixing had defeated a 2-star king, Feng Sangtian, it was clear that he had the strength to compete with Star Sword for 1st place. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword Sect were naturally confident in Yixing. Feng Sangtian returned to Demon Ceiling Valley's team with his head lowered. He was a 2-star king, but he was defeated by a 9-star supremacy in front of everyone. At that moment of life and death, he didn't feel anything when he screamed at Yixing to admit defeat. Now that he had calmed down, he felt that he had lost all face. This little bastard is actually so strong. Demon Sealing Valley's quasi-god, Feng Xiaoyuan, snorted in his heart. He didn't feel good at all. Feng Xiaoyuan transmitted his voice to Xing Qingji, Brother Xing, if we don't get rid of this kid, he will be as dangerous as Feng Xiaoxiao. Next, we'll have to rely on the performance of your Celestial Elephant Palace's disciple, Star Sword. Xing Qingji's expression was calm as he said to Feng Xiaoyuan telepathically, it's not difficult to defeat him with the flowing star sword, but it's not easy to kill him. If this kid is determined to stay alive, he'll have the chance to admit defeat no matter what. As for killing him, let's wait until he goes to the Dark Star Divine Palace. He's just entered the Dark Star Divine Palace and is only an outer sect disciple. There are still cultivators from our 3 sects left in the Dark Star Divine Palace. Feng Xiaoyuan thought about it and replied, alright, let's wait until he goes to the Dark Star Temple to kill him. After Xing Qingji finished communicating with Feng Xiaoyuan, he transmitted his voice to Star Sword, Star Sword, Yixing's forte is archery. If you let him shoot his arrows, it will be difficult for you to defeat him. However, as long as you can prevent him from shooting his arrows, with your strength, it will be more than enough to defeat him. You have to play to your strengths. As long as you are fast enough, he won't have any chance to fight back. 15 minutes passed quickly, and Yixing finished his rest. The last battle of the competition finally began. Yixing and Star Sword both entered the independent space in the center of the arena. All around them, all the martial artists were on high alert. Previously, the majority of martial artists had thought that there was no doubt that the first place belonged to the flowing Star Sword. However, after Yixing defeated the 2-star king, Feng Cangtian, many martial artists' confidence in the flowing Star Sword was shaken. Who would be the victor of this battle? Who would be the champion of this competition? Other than a few martial artists who still believed that it would be Star Sword, most of the martial artists were already confused. However, the more they couldn't guess, the more it aroused the martial artists' interest. They all stared at Yixing and Star Sword, afraid that they would miss a moment. After the two entered the arena, Star Sword originally planned to use Feng Cangtian's method to attack Yixing quickly. However, Yixing raised his hand and stopped Star Sword's action. Yixing said, Star Sword, do you dare to have a battle of life and death with me? In the competition, Star Sword had killed the Big Dipper Sword sect's disciple, Feng Wanyun. At that time, Yixing already had the intention to kill Star Sword. If there was a chance, he would not let it go. However, even Feng Cangtian had the chance to admit defeat in Yixing's hands. Yixing was very clear that defeating Star Sword might not be a problem, but there was probably no chance of killing him. No matter what, Star Sword would still have the chance to admit defeat. Therefore, Yixing was not in a hurry to fight with Star Sword. Instead, he wanted to make an agreement with Star Sword to have a battle of life and death. As long as Star Sword agreed, even if he admitted defeat, it would be useless. Yixing could still kill him legitimately. Yixing's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Star Sword. He continued, there is no victory or defeat in this battle of ours. There is only life and death. Star Sword, do you dare? Yixing's words shocked all the martial artists. Clearly, they did not expect that Yixing would actually issue a battle of life and death with Star Sword. Even the martial artists of Celestial Elephant Palace did not expect it. However, after the initial shock, the martial artists of Celestial Elephant Palace revealed excited expressions. Xing Qingji thought to himself, boy, you are not taking the path to heaven but barging into hell with no door. You are seeking your own death. Xing Qingji thought that he had seen through Yixing's weakness, which was that his speed was not fast enough. Therefore, he was certain that Star Sword could rely on his speed to win against Yixing. In Xing Qingji's opinion, if Yixing and Star Sword were to have a battle of life and death, the person who would die would naturally be Yixing. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.